Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry, Mayor of Cambridge and Chair of today's Special Council meeting. We do have a full agenda today with 6 public meetings. It's important for us to be here today, virtually of course, to discuss projects and initiatives in our community. While I know it's not the same as meeting in person, I do appreciate those who are delegating today and all those that are watching and participating in the democratic process. Together with your insights, we can make the best possible decisions for our community. Over the last while, the province has moved into stage 3 of the reopening framework, and we've seen more services and businesses open up. As well, Regional Council issued mandatory mask wearing bylaws, and I'm pleased to say that our compliance has been very good. I am so proud that we're all working together, and that is across all of the region, not only Cambridge residents, in order to protect our community as we collectively move forward together, but also to prevent a second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's really important that we remain compliant with all the public health measures. I know, though, during this summer, it has been wonderful to get out over the last few weekends and see so many of our residents out in the parks and in the farmers market, enjoying what our city has to offer, but also greeting old friends and having some physically distanced conversations with our community. We've been doing that safely, and I've been out certainly with a cloth mask anytime I leave the car. But thank you for following these public health directives. Keep up the good work and continue to take care of one another. Road safety for all road users, especially those that are most vulnerable, like cyclists and pedestrians, has been a top priority and something that we heard about very strongly in our town halls of last year. As a matter of fact, it was a #1 concern. We are all committed to doing what we can to protect all users in our city, in our region, and whenever we're out on the road. Over the last week, I understand a new program to create temporary bike lanes throughout the region, but in Cambridge on Coronation Boulevard, and again, other regional roads in Kitchener and Waterloo, has caused concern for local residents and for others, and for other drivers. But for others, it has been a welcome and exciting addition. Please note, this is a temporary pilot project approved in a majority vote of Regional Council, of which I'm a regional councillor. It is funded by the region of Waterloo and will take place over the summer until October 30th on a number of roads across all 3 major cities. There are many benefits to the temporary cycling lanes, and especially as safety is a top priority, such as increased space for cyclists to allow for physical distancing, additional connectivity to our cycling network, health benefits. It's also an alternative mode of transportation for those who don't feel comfortable taking GRT during the pandemic, and for those that are looking for an alternative mode of transportation to driving an expensive car. And it does help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Many people in our community have been asking for reallocation of road space as there's been unprecedented interest in cycling during the pandemic and less traffic, not just in Cambridge, but worldwide. Climate Action Waterloo Region proposed the idea of temporary bike lanes to Regional Council. During that public consultation, there was approximately 2,800 responses to the engagement survey from all across the region, with 2/3 of respondents in favor of the idea. That said, city staff and council will certainly continue to monitor how the project is being received, particularly in Cambridge, and sharing feedback with regional staff along the way, which we continue to do. Residents can find more information and state their feedback on the Engage WR, or Engage Waterloo Region website. And that website again is engagewr.ca. region of Waterloo. There have been questions about emergency vehicles and safety. The region is doing a safety and information campaign, which will be shared by the municipalities. Regional transportation staff have measures in place to ensure that emergency vehicles are not held up by the curb lane closures. Barrel placement is such that vehicles should have enough room to tuck inside in order to provide sufficient space for emergency vehicles to pass. These are regional roads with similar lane widths, and to date, the region has reported that there are no major issues with ambulances or fire trucks being held up. Regional staff are working to adjust traffic lights at key intersections to keep traffic flowing during peak periods, and all ambulances are now equipped to be able to turn the lights green that they're approaching an intersection in order to help to facilitate their passage. I do want to note that Deputy Chief of Paramedic Services, Rob Crossman, speaking on behalf of Paramedic Service to Chair Redmond this past weekend, has said that he has no concerns with temporary bike lanes. He said that their paramedics are very supportive of this initiatives. In his 25 years on the road as a paramedic, he said he has attended far too many calls for cyclists who suffered fatal or life-altering injuries from being struck from behind vehicles. And I would say that all emergency personnel and EMS are concerned with the number of cyclists who suffer fatalities and life-altering injuries while cycling in our city. I did speak directly to the chief and deputy chief of paramedic services over the last few days. The chief did want to assure us that he will and is in contact with the regional staff who are monitoring this project. And if they identify safety issues with the ambulances, then he will be in direct contact with those individuals and take appropriate action. He did also say that the advantage of the temporary pylons is that it can inform our processes moving ahead, and it gives us a snapshot of data in order to help inform how we complete our cycling network of trails in the city. They can also be easily removed if needed, and so stay tuned for more information in order to about this project. In other news, I also wanted you to know some exciting news that the film industry is again this week in downtown Cambridge. The first project since the pandemic started will be filming at the end of this week. It's got a dark Christmas theme, so don't be alarmed if you see some spooky holiday props around your favorite streets. Letters is a domestic production involving a Canadian cast and crew, which was initially scheduled to film in Cambridge in March. We are reminding residents to not gather and to maintain physical distancing measures if they are near the set. This brings me to my final point, a general reminder to please continue to stay safe, remain vigilant as more services and businesses and amenities open up. Wash your hands frequently, practice physical distancing, and wear your mask. Okay, well, we'll get started on today's proceedings. As a reminder to members of council and our delegations, in the spirit of kindness and procedural rules, we'll also ask that we maintain decorum at all times throughout our meeting and remind members that using disrespectful language will not be tolerated, the same as from any delegations that may be in front of us today. There are two portions to today's meeting. The first portion is the statutory public meetings held in accordance with the Planning Act, and today we have 6 of those public meetings. I will call upon staff in our planning division to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of each of our public meetings today. Afterwards, I will call for any registered delegations for each public meeting item, as well as any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to our live stream of today's meeting and wish to participate electronically. We ask that anyone wishing to speak to any of the statutory meetings contact us, and I'm going to give the information, so get out your pen and paper. The number to call us here is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Again, this number is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. City staff are on hand to monitor and to receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meetings today. I will be announcing this number throughout our meeting, and it's also available on our city website, our agenda, and also on the live stream of our meeting located at the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda, the agenda item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. Once you are finished, council may ask questions of you to clarify your remarks. I remind members of council and the public that there is no debate of any items in the public meeting. I also remind council that statutory public meetings will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. I will guide the delegates through this period of time in order for them to be aware of any questions that council has their hands up to ask them. The second portion of today's meetings, we will deal with all of the remaining items of our agenda. The distinction is that anyone in the virtual audience may speak during a statutory public meeting, while delegates to other items must have registered prior to the meeting to speak to non-statutory public meeting items. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of public would like to be informed of further reports and/or decisions on the matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. The contact information for each planner associated with the public meeting will be shared as part of their presentation. So we're excited to have you here with us again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we are all in this together and we need to continue to do our part. So now we'll move forward and introduce who will be with you today. So I will ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Ache.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present.
And Councillor Liggett sends her regrets.
In addition, we are going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us today. And joining us electronically today, we have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Cheryl Zonleiter, Hardy Bromberg, and Dave Bush, our director of asset management, Yogesh Shah, our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields, our director of communications, Suzanne Hiller, our acting director of engineering, Sarah Austin. As well today, we have many staff joining us from our engineering, transportation, parks, recreation, and culture, as well as planning divisions, and we thank you for being with us here today. Clerking the meeting today, we have our city clerk, Danielle Manton, and Deputy City Clerk James Hudson. Thanks again today to our technology services staff and Greg Elgie, who assists in logistics for today's meeting. No small feat, and I want to give an extra shout out to all those who allow us to speak and to visit and to meet in this meeting today. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and the philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. As this is a virtual meeting, I will ask that each member of council who wishes to speak press the raise hand feature on your video call, and the clerk will track our speakers list today and invite you to speak. We'll move forward now to declarations of pecuniary interest. A reminder to members of council that if you have made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, you'll also have to do so for the bylaw item, the bylaw related to the same item today. So members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move forward. So public meetings. Today, we will be holding 6 statutory public meetings required under sections 17, 34, and 51 of the Ontario Planning Act. There are no decisions required to be made today on these matters. This is an opportunity for the public to speak to each statutory public meeting matter. Planning staff will be providing council and the public with an overview of the file, and then we'll hear from any pre-registered delegations, and then we will move to speakers that wish to call into our public meeting with the number that has already been shared by me and on the screen for each file, and I'll continue to remind those that have not entered the meeting just yet. Council may ask questions of clarity for each delegate or staff, but I remind council, we are not making a decision here today. A recommendation report will come back to council at future meetings. So on to our first statutory public meeting, and that is Public Meeting A, Public Meeting Report 310 Queen Street West, Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Jason Perry and Stephanie Perry. So we now have Malcolm Duncan, planning technician, and he is here with us today who will be providing council with an overview of this report. Welcome, Malcolm. Oh, there you are.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning, and I'm just having the clerk share the screen. I imagine that you've got the presentation there. There it goes. So go ahead, and Danielle will move it forward as you say. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and your staff and the public. My name is Malcolm Duncan, and I'm here to present the planning application for 310 Queen Street West. Next slide, please. So public notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act, and please contact me in order to receive future notification of this file. Next slide. So here's the planning process. Currently, we're at the public meeting stage. Next slide. So the subject property is located on the east side of Queen Street West, north of Roose Hill Avenue, south of Bechtel Street, and west of Millview Street. Next slide. Yeah. So the applicant is proposing to legalize the conversion of a detached dwelling to a professional office and allow the expansion of an existing parking area. So interior renovations for the office have been completed, and exterior alterations for the parking area will be required if the application is approved, and a subsequent site plan application will be required. So here's an image of the house that was converted to a professional office. And an image of the proposed site plan. So you're seeing the parking area being expanded to the right of the house here off Roose Hill Avenue. There are some site-specific amendments for setbacks to the property line from the parking area and a parking space located within 3 meters of the property line adjacent to Russo Avenue. So consideration for this application will be compatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood, requested changes to the current zoning regulations, potential ancillary uses that may also be permitted as a result of the zone change, consistency with the PPS, provincial policy statement, conformity with regional and city official plans and the city zoning bylaw, any council and public submissions made during this meeting, and any public agency comments. So the recommendation is that report number 2153 for 310 Queen Street West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Let's wait for. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from council? And I see a couple. I've got Councillor Devine and then Councillor Mann. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Malcolm, thank you very much for your presentation. My understanding, this is about a 12-month-old issue. I believe the people that purchased the property had moved in. I have done all the renovations. I believe there was trees taken out of there. There has been, I believe the parking has already been put in. And to be quite honest with you, I've megaphone calls from the neighbors and emails, and they're pretty upset over it. Is in future, when we run into a situation like this, is there any way we can get a grip on this before people do all this and then come after the fact for a zoning change?
Through Madam Chair, yes, the best scenario would be for in order to come in and check the zoning before making any changes to the property. But in a situation like this, we're reacting rather than being proactive and taking an application as if it hasn't happened already.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it's all been done. It's all done and completed, and we've got a very, very upset bunch of neighbors. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann is next. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I see Hardy would like to make some comment here. Hardy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to answer Councillor Devine's question. There is a process in place, and typically, if the city receives complaint, bylaw would go out, do an investigation, and then the planning process would start. So if in future any constituents have some concern over potential construction, I would encourage them to contact City Hall. We can address that.
Okay, thank you. I believe that was done at the time, Hardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg. We'll move forward now to Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Malcolm, thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question. I believe there are similar dwelling homes that have been converted to professional buildings along that strip of Queen Street. Is that correct?
Through Madam Chair, I would have to take a look and see if there are any other converted buildings. I don't know off the top, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. And council members, if I could remind you to remove your hand if you don't want to ask further questions, that helps the chair organize. I don't see any other comments or questions from members of council. Last call. Seeing none, thanks again, Malcolm, for your presentation. So now we are going to move forward with delegations. As a result of social distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the City Clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. A reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this or any of the other 5 statutory public meetings being held today, please contact, and here's the phone number, 519-740-4680, extension 4799. We do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting A, and we will hear from this delegation before moving to any additional callers from the public. Nick Bogart of MHBC Planning has registered to speak to this public meeting and will also have an accompanying PowerPoint presentation. I believe that we have Nick on the line already.
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Thank you for joining us. It's Mayor McGarry. I'll ask you to mute just while I go through a couple of more remarks.
Okay.
As everyone is aware, once our delegation starts, they will have 5 minutes to speak to their item. As everyone is aware at this time, again, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but do permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. So we are going to ask Nick to start his 5-minute presentation, and I understand that you have a presentation.
Yes, I do have slides.
All right, so I'm going to ask our clerk to share her screen, and once the screen is completed and you wish to move forward, just certainly to say so. So again, thanks Nick for joining us, and a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you, Nick, when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I'll guide you through that process so that you know when you've got a question here. So again, welcome. We have it up on our screen, so you now have 5 minutes to speak to this item. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning to councillors, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Nick Bogart from MHBC. We're agent for the applicant, and we're here on behalf of the property owners to speak about the proposed application. My intent is just to give a quick overview of the proposal and site context, and also give a bit of background. Thanks, Malcolm, as well, for your presentation introducing the proposal. If we move to the next slide, site location. The site's located at 310 Queen Street West. It's east of Haskellor Road, west of the core area of Haskellor on the south side of Queen Street. It's at the edge of a residential area and that faces the river valley. Currently contains a historic dwelling that's been converted to office use for a financial planning company. I've got some photos of the building there as well, one similar to the one Malcolm had, plus a couple others just showing more side view and the front as well. Jason and Stephanie purchased the property in 2019, set up their office space in there, and they have undertaken some maintenance and upgrades as well. They put in a new sidewalk, painted the fence, done some landscaping. The owners are operating the business there now for about a year. They weren't aware there were issues with potentially having an office there when they set it up, so they've now since applied to legalize the use. Next slide, please. The official plan identifies the subject lands as a built-up area, low medium density residential, and it's also within a regeneration area. The official plan provides for consideration of other complementary and compatible uses, such as those for the subject lands. And those policies have been addressed in our planning report as well. If we move on to the next slide, I've just got a bit of information there about the zoning. The property is currently in the R4 zone, and that is proposed to remain. As outlined in our planning justification report, the proposal is to retain existing zoning for the property and add permission for an office use. And we're also proposing some site-specific regulations to recognize the specifics of the site as we accommodate for proper parking at the rear of the building. Next slide, please. This just gives a bit of an overview of the proposal. I just wanted to share a few thoughts with you there. If you look at the concept plan, you'll see the existing building envelope and access points will be maintained. The existing driveway will continue to be utilized to access the property, with parking area proposed to be expanded into the rear yard. Right now, parking occurs in the driveway, and then there's a bit of a paved area right near the street where there's some parking now. The building currently complies with building setbacks, total parking, landscaped open space is outlined in the R4 zone. We're proposing some fencing and screening to be incorporated to assist with compatibility of the use with the surrounding land uses and to screen from things like headlight glare. Some of the fencing is in place already, and that will be supplemented. We did look at applying for reduced parking, but we thought it was better to provide the required amount of parking and then ask for the variance on the setbacks for the fencing and also for parking within 3 meters of the street line, as outlined by Malcolm, and you can see the arrows on the map there. Next slide, please. So in summary, the proposal conforms to the Region Waterloo Official Plan, as well as the City of Cambridge Official Plan. The City Official Plan allows for compatible commercial uses where a number of criteria are met, and these are all evaluated in our report, and we've demonstrated to meet them. And as such, the office use meets the applicable official plan policies, so we are seeking the current rezoning application. The proposal provides for an efficient use of land, adaptive reuse of an existing heritage home, and fits in with other converted buildings in the area. It also has the added benefit of helping to ensure the building is occupied on a regular basis and kept in a good state of repair. So on to the last slide. That's all from me this morning. Thank you for having me here today, and I would please answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just going to wait for the slide to be off the screen. And again, thank you very much for the presentation. There are a couple of questions here from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Devine and then go to Councillor Reid. Councillor Devine.
Yes, and thank you through the chair. Nick, thank you for your presentation. In the proposal overview you have there, am I correct in saying that you want to put parking in the backyard of this property? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Devine.
Okay, so how many? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, currently there's just the driveway that kind of tucks around the side of the house and comes up to the back of the building, and then that would be expanded and brought into part of the backyard.
Okay, so you've already expanded it out the front where you can put 3 or 4 cars there now. Is that correct? Without permits. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. There's parking in the front for 3 to 4 vehicles now, and that was, I believe some of that was there, and some may have been done when the current property owners purchased the building.
Well, the current property owners did it. How many? And that is not on the edge of a residential area. It is in a residential area. So how many people are going to be employed working in this building?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are both Jason and Stephanie, and then there are 3 to 4 other employees, I believe.
3 or 4 other employees. So that's going to be 6 employees total. Okay, plus people coming and going. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Does this building have heritage designation? Do we know?
Through you, Madam Chair, the building is on the Heritage Register for the city, so it's listed but not designated.
It's not designated?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid is next. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, my question has been answered. I was wondering if it was a designated heritage building, but it is not. It is one of interest. But perhaps I could further ask a question. Is there any consideration of designating it as a heritage building?
Through you, Madam Chair. I don't believe the owners have been approached for potentially designating it as a heritage building, but if that was to be undertaken, I'm sure we could discuss that with city staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, yep, Councillor Wolf, I see you're next. Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, has a heritage impact study been done with this property since it's on the register?
Through you, Madam Chair. There was no request to do a heritage impact assessment identified for the pre-submission consultation meeting.
I wonder if one should be done. That may be directed to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can bring that up within the recommendation report.
Oh, sorry, there you are. It's hard to see everybody on the screen. I apologize. You were underneath me and now you've shifted over. I'll ask Malcolm Duncan to speak to this. Go ahead, Malcolm. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can address this within the recommendation report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, I want to thank you again for participating in our meeting today and for your delegation. You are welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. So thank you again, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have a good day.
At this time, I am going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to statutory public meeting A for 310 Queen Street West. Individuals wishing to speak can contact, here's the telephone number, 519-740-4680, extension 4799. At this time, I am going to confer with our clerk to see if we have any individuals who have called in and request to speak, and we will begin to contact them in order. I ask for your patience for a moment to give the public time to call in and for us to confer to on this public meeting number A. Thank you for your patience. We have no delegates who have so far called in to speak to this public meeting so far today. But in order to ensure all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, I'm now going to call for a brief 5-minute recess to allow any more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to statutory public meeting A for 310 Queen Street West. So we will now move to a 5-minute recess for any members of public to call in. Well, we are back. Can everybody hear me? Nods, that's good. Welcome back to Statutory Public Meeting A for 310 Queen Street West. We do have a caller online, and that is Jason Perry. Jason, are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me, Mrs. Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much. It's Mayor McGarry. Just hold tight and mute for a second while I read something, and then I'll invite you to speak. Thank you for joining. So again, thank you very much for joining us today to delegate. And as a reminder, you will have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda as to the item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I will guide you through that process and let you know when all of the questions have been asked by members of council. So again, thank you, Jason, for joining us, and you now have 5 minutes to speak to this item. Go ahead.
Hello, Council, Madam Mayor. My name is Jason Perry. My wife, Stephanie Perry, is here with me. We purchased the property at 310 Queen Street West last year in March. When we purchased it, we bought it knowing that there were other businesses less than 200 meters away and many more close by. We also did a little bit of research to see that businesses had operated here in the past. And on some advice from our realtor, we purchased the property and decided to go through the process after the fact. So when we bought it in March, we took possession then, and we did some renovations, very little on the inside other than paint. We tried to keep the interior the same as it was because we really liked the aesthetics of the place. We did, however, update some knob and tube wiring and some cosmetic repairs, etc. We did some exterior work by adding 2 parking spaces and improving the walkway. We did do that. We have about 5 employees at any given time. We have 2 sales agents that come and go, and very little foot traffic. We have 1 to 2 appointments a day and nobody walking in randomly off the street. So we keep it quiet. Obviously during COVID, nothing's been happening. But we've been in touch with our immediate neighbors and they're very happy with us being here. We've got some written statements from them and we've sent one over to Malcolm already. And we just want to operate our business. We've been in Hessler for 25 years. We were down in the Colonnade for most of that. We did leave Hessler shortly over the last 4 years, but we're back now and we like it here because we have a good client base here. And I know that they're all happy that we're back in Hessler as well. It's a very tight community here. But really, that's all we had to say. Just wanted to put our 2 cents in, let you know how we felt. And if there's any questions, we'll take them.
Thank you very much, Jason. Members of council, are there any questions for our delegation? Councillor Devine has one. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Jason, thanks for speaking up. Is it your intention with the back of that property to basically have the entire back of that property a parking lot? That we don't no green space at all left? Is that your intention?
No, only what is required. We're going to try and leave the trees that are there, but there is grass that will be removed and a small garden.
So based on what the building square footage is, sorry, it's Stephanie Perry, just to jump in.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Stephanie. I wondered where that voice was coming from.
Me
Go
too.
ahead.
We're in the same room. So we were told that based on the square footage of the home and being a business, we would require, I think it is 7 parking spaces. So we would only provide what's required for those spaces. If we can keep the trees, we'd like to, especially around the perimeter. Yeah, so for our 5 employees, I believe it's 7 spaces. So based on the recommendation, that's all we would like to do.
So Stephanie, have you already taken trees out of the front of the property?
There was 1 tree removed, yes.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right. And you're saying that you've got letters from the neighbors that they're quite happy that you're there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how many neighbors are they from? Because that's certainly all the phone calls I fielded and emails I fielded. I never got one that was positive, to be honest with you.
We have the immediate neighbor just directly across the street who we deal with on a regular basis. All the immediate neighbors, the 3 that are surrounding us, are actually quite happy with us and offered to support us through this whole process. So I'm not sure where your letters or calls are coming from, but we have the 3 immediate that are like lining our property.
My letters and calls are coming from the neighborhood that you're in. That's where they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're doubting that, then that's fine. That's up to you. But I would I would really like to see the letters that you have from your neighbors.
Okay.
We've already
Thank you.
forwarded it over to Malcolm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from members of council for our delegations here today? Last call. Seeing none, I want to thank you again, Stephanie and Jason, for joining us as a delegation this morning. And our clerk will now remove you from the call, but you can continue to watch the meeting unfold if you'd like, as we are broadcasting on the Cambridge City YouTube channel. So again, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to confer with our clerks to see if there are any other speakers. Thank you for your patience. I have now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received and that we have heard from all those who have requested to speak today. So I will now call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Councillor Devine, I see you've already unmuted as you have the motion. Please read it its entirety. Councillor Devine.
Okay, public meeting report, 310 Queen Street West, zone bylaw. Amendment, Jason Perry and Stephanie Perry. Moved by myself, Councillor Devine, seconded by Councillor Reed. Recommendation that report 20-153 bracket CD be received and that the application R04/20 for 310 Queen Street West be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. I'd like to speak on this, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
A year ago, when this first came up, I had received quite a number of phone calls and emails regarding this particular property. They were, setting up a business, and the zone hadn't been changed, et cetera, et cetera. And to say it's on the edge of a residential area, well, it is in a residential area. Okay, Roos Hill and Queen Street's a residential area, and yes, 200 meters down the street, there's a gas station and a strip mall. Well, that's commercial. And if you go the other way, probably 600-700 meters down the street, there's a gas station. That doesn't give them the real estate or them the right to assume that this can be converted to commercial. And what I'm very, very concerned about is what they've done at the front of the property. They've done an extremely nice job with the cement, a very nice job. But again, a tree was taken out. I don't believe it was a permit taken done on that. And to pave over the backyard for parking, we have to figure out a better way to do it. That's an old home. It's been there for many, many years. And we need to also have staff do a heritage impact assessment on that property to see what impact it's going to have on the neighborhood. It's my belief that the people are trying to do what's right, but is that the right thing at the right place? That's my concern. I have a number of concerns about it, but I'll just leave it at that. And it's going back to staff for recommendations. So hopefully staff will then take and listen to what's been said and talk to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I see that Councillor Mann would like to make a comment for this. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I appreciate the work that's been done at this location. And the only thing that I would suggest is that both Jason and Stephanie stated that they didn't need as many parking lots or parking spots as are required under the Planning Act. And I wonder if we can just put in the minimum that they require and not what has to be there. So if that was possible, that would give a little more green space between their property and the neighbors.
Councillor Mann, sorry, that would be in the recommendation piece.
Thank you.
So thank you. That will be recommended back to staff, but that will come later, that particular debate. Thank you. You can finish the other comments. I just wanted to point out that that goes forward at the next debate. Go ahead.
I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, we're now ready for the vote. So I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. I now deem that this public meeting is closed. Now we will move ahead to public meeting B, which is 172 Forest Road, zoning bylaw amendment, West Side Presbyterian Church. So this is our statutory public meeting for 172 Forest Road. And we again have Malcolm Duncan, the planning technician, with us again. So he will be providing council with an overview of this report. So a reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this or any of the other public meetings held today, please contact 519-740-4680 extension 4799. And Malcolm, I'll just give the clerk a minute to share the screen. And as before, just let her know when you need to move ahead. Thank you, Malcolm. It's up on the screen now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning to those of you just joining us right now for this public meeting. My name is Malcolm Duncan. I'm here to present the planning application for 172 Forest Road. Next slide. So notice that the purpose of this meeting is to introduce the planning application to council and the public. Notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. And please contact me at the email in the header to receive future notification on this file. So again, here's the planning process. We are currently at the public meeting stage. The subject property is located on the west side of Forest Road, north of Victoria Avenue, east of Osborne Street, and south of Cedar Street. The applicant is proposing to expand the parking lot for the West Side Presbyterian Church, which requires a portion of the property to be rezoned from R5 residential to N1 R5 institutional residential. The remaining portion of the property is surplus to the needs of the church, and as such is proposed to be rezoned from R5 to R6 to allow for the future creation of 2 detached dwellings to be developed by a future owner. A site plan application has been submitted for the parking lot expansion for the church, and future severance applications will be required to split the lots. So here's an image of the existing dwelling on the property. And the proposed site plan. So the section outlined in purple is for the parking lot expansion for the church, whereas the section outlined in yellow would be the portion rezoned from R5 to R6 for the creation of 2 detached dwellings. So consideration for the recommendation report would be consistency with the provincial policy statement, conformity with Place to Grow, growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the region and city's official plans, and the city zoning bylaw. We also take into consideration additional uses that would be permitted in the institutional zone, any council and public submissions, and public agency comments. So staff's recommendation is that application R06 for 172 Forest Road be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Thank you.
And thank you, Malcolm. I appreciate your presentation. So now I'll move to asking members of council if they have questions of staff at this time. And again, a last call for any questions of staff from council. And seeing none, I want to thank you again, Malcolm, for your presentation. We do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting B, and we will hear from this delegation before moving to any additional callers from the public. So Andrea Sinclair from MHBC Planning has registered to speak to this public meeting. Again, I'll ask that we are patient while we make arrangements for this delegation to now join the meeting. And once the delegate joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their item. As everyone is aware, at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. As well, delegates may also call into our meetings to speak to items. So I think we have contacted the delegate, and I think Andrea is on the line. Andrea, is that you?
Good morning, I'm on the line.
Great, just give me a second. It's Mayor McGarry, and then I'll let you know when it's time to move ahead. So, okay. Yep, so again, we're glad to have you join us today, Andrea, for your delegation. So a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you are speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions from members of council. I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I will certainly guide you through that process so that you are aware of any questions and that it's completed. So welcome again, Andrea. You now have 5 minutes to speak to this item. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council, staff, and any members of the public that are joining the live stream today. My name is Andrea Sinclair. I'm a partner and planner at MHBC, and I'm here today on behalf of Westside Presbyterian Church. Mr. Duncan's already provided you with an excellent overview of the zone change application that's been submitted. My intent is not to repeat the information that's been presented, but just make sure I clarify a few key points and really outline the purpose of the application. So the primary intent of the zone change application is to allow for expanded parking lot to serve the existing and growing congregation of the church. As Mr. Duncan mentioned, the site plan application has been submitted that shows the parking area as well as an addition to the north side of the church. The addition is primarily to provide barrier-free access to the existing church and to ensure that there's now going to be an elevator and barrier-free access to all the different levels of the church, as well as accessible washrooms and child care area to serve people while they're at church service, that there can be on-site child care. So the zone change, that's the primary purpose. And then as Mr. Duncan mentioned, a portion of the lands currently zoned residential are surplus to the church's needs. It's intended that the residual piece that's no longer needed be rezoned R6, which will allow for a future severance application and ultimately the church to dispose of this remaining piece through a future sale to another owner. The R6 that's been requested is been requested without site-specific provisions, so the two lots would fully fall within the R6 zoning regulations. And I just wanted to note that we've also reviewed the draft zoning bylaw, which is not in effect yet, but in terms of the draft zoning that's proposed for this land, the lots would also be in conformity with those zoning regulations once they come into place. So in some ways, the consent and the zone change for the residential portion is a technical rezoning because we're just in a situation where the new zoning has not yet come into an effect. If it was in effect, they would only need a consent for that piece. They wouldn't need to rezone. Sorry, just make sure. I think that really is everything that I wanted to say. So again, here to answer any questions and just to let you know that the primary purpose is to make sure that this church remains viable and that they can serve their existing congregation, which is important given the number of churches that are losing congregations. In this case, it's quite a positive fact that it has a healthy congregation, but it also has an aging congregation, and being able to provide barrier-free access is very important for our client. So thank you again for your time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Andrea. So I'll move to questions from members of council to the delegate. So again, members of council, just asking if there are any questions for our delegation. And seeing none, I'm going to ask one myself, Andrea, in terms of providing barrier-free access to this congregation. And just on a personal note, my daughter went to Brownies there many years ago, so I'm very familiar with that particular facility. So with the barrier-free access, I just missed that for a second. Will there be an elevator installed in this particular building?
Madam Mayor, that is correct. So the north side of the church is where the addition is proposed. It'll have an elevator which will connect to the different levels of the church. There will also be new barrier-free parking spaces located immediately adjacent the new entrance, and barrier-free washrooms as well.
Okay, that is good news. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you again for our delegation this morning, and we'll take you off the call. But just as note, our meeting is being live streamed, and you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, especially as it pertains to this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel, if you'd like. So again, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
At this time, I'm going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to statutory public meeting B for 172 Forest Road. Individuals wishing to speak can contact 519-740-4680 extension 4799. At this time, I'm going to go and confer with our clerk to see if there are any individuals who have called in and requested to speak to this item, and we'll begin to contact them. So I'll again ask for your patience as we go through this process. Thank you again for your patience, everyone. We have heard that there are no delegates who have phoned in at the moment to speak to this statutory public meeting thus far today. So in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, I am now going to call again for a brief 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to public meeting B for 172 Forest Road. So we'll now call for that 5-minute recess and put the number back up on the screen. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and welcome back. We've now heard that, and I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, that we've heard from nobody on this particular item. So there are no requests to speak to this item. So I'm now going to call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and also a recommendation. Councillor Wolf, I believe you have this motion. Where are you on my screen? Yes, please go ahead and read it in its entirety. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Public Meeting Report 172 Forest Road Zoning Bylaw Amendment, West Side Presbyterian Church. Recommendation that report 20-154 CD be received, and that the application R06-20 for 172 Forest Road, West Side Presbyterian Church be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. And speaking to the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Yes, I've been in contact with John Ridsdale, a representative of Westside Presbyterian Church, for over a year now, and I strongly support this motion. I've been on a tour of the church, and I think we're doing it accessible for space for meeting rooms is great for the community. And
Councillor Wolf.
Yes.
I'm just going to interrupt. Could you repeat your comments a little more slowly? We just had a wobble in the sound, so it was hard to understand you. We did hear that you had a tour about a year ago with John Ridsdale. If you don't mind repeating your comments, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I had a tour of the planned renovations. I support them, and I think it would be great for the community to have this extra accessible space. And I would also say, as the ward councillor, I've received no complaints from any residents in the area about this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Is there any other questions or comments from council members at this time? And again, I might just add in my own comment that I am also very supportive of this plan. I know that this is a building that is used for very many community events, and to have more accessible space in order to support the surrounding community, as well as the members of that facility. I think this is a good news situation. So thank you very much. So we're now ready to call for the vote. If I don't see any further comments from council, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And I now deem this public meeting closed. We'll now move forward to public meeting C, and this is 250 Allendale Road and 105 Middle Block Road, Industrial Draft Plan of Subdivision, I Port Cambridge GP. So this next public meeting today will start off with a presentation from Kathy Paget, who's our senior planner with us, and will be providing council with an overview of this report. So as a reminder in advance to the public who are attending virtually, that if you wish to participate in this or any other statutory public meetings being held today, please contact phone number 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Thank you. I'm just finding you, Kathy, on the screen here. You're with us there?
Yep.
Great, thanks. I will just have Madam Clerk share the screen, and then just let her know when you want to advance the slides. Thank you, Kathy, for joining us today. You're welcome to go ahead now.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Councillor, senior staff, and members of the public. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act for the I-Port Cambridge Industrial Plan of Subdivision. Next slide. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce the proposed application. Notice of this public meeting was given in accordance with the Planning Act. Interested parties are encouraged to contact me at the email address above if they'd like to receive future notifications regarding this proposal. Next slide. This application is at the public meeting stage. After tonight's meeting, staff will continue to review the file and consider any comments from council and the public and bring back a recommendation report to council for future consideration. Next slide. The subject lands are located at 250 Allendale Road and 105 Middle Block Road, which is found south of Middle Block Road, east of Riverbank Drive, north of Allendale Road, and west of Fountain Street North. Next slide. The applicant is proposing an industrial plan of subdivision consisting of 4 blocks for employment uses, 2 open space blocks, 1 walkway corridor block, 1 block for an existing communications tower, and 1 future development block. The proposal also includes the extension of Intermarket Road from Allendale Road to Middle Block Road. The lands to the east of future Intermarket Road have been pre-designated and pre-zoned through city-initiated amendments to get these lands shovel-ready for large lot employment uses. The lands to the west of future Intermarket Road require an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, which the applicant proposes to submit at a later date. Next slide. The property subject to the proposed draft plan of subdivision consists approximately of 116 hectares or 286 acres of land over 9 blocks. 25 jobs per hectare are proposed, totaling an estimated 2,130 jobs. The additional lands owned by the applicant on the to the west of the subject lands adjacent to Riverbank Drive are not being considered as part of this industrial plan of subdivision at this time. Next slide. The following considerations will be evaluated in a future recommendation report: the conformity to site-specific official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the future extension of Intermarket Road, servicing, environmental impacts, heritage considerations, Planning Act provisions regarding the subdivision of land, and public agency and councillor input. Next slide. The recommendation being made today is for this report to be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there now, I'm going to call for any questions from members of council on this report. Any questions from members of council? I'm seeing no questions or comments from members of council, Kathy, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, as you know, on our City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you would like. At this time, I want to let you know that we do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting C, and we will hear from this delegation before moving to any additional callers from the public. We have Dan Curry of MHBC Planning, who has registered to speak to this public meeting. Welcome, Dan. Are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you very much. Just hold on for a second here. As everyone is aware at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting as well. Delegates such as Dan are also calling into our meetings to speak to items. So Dan, as you know, I want to let you know that you will have 5 minutes to address council. Thanks so much for joining us today. And I know you know this, but please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item when you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions from of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I'll guide you through that process. So again, thank you, Dan, for joining us, and you may go ahead now.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Good morning, everyone, members of council. Dan Curry, MHBC Planning, where we act as the planning consultant on behalf of the owners. So I just have a few comments. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but what I'd ask if the clerk wouldn't mind just to bring up Miss Padgett's slide 6 while I'm talking, that would be helpful if possible.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, just pause and I'll get her to do that. Slide
Thank you.
Number 6. It looks like we've got slide number 6 up on the screen now, so go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Ms. Padgett did a good overview presentation. I only really want to expand on 3 points. The first is that this is, as you know, a draft plan of subdivision application. So it really is the implementation of the planning work that council approved a couple of years ago in 2018, which was the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. And of course, there was a whole body of east side land studies and work that preceded that. So in many ways, the planning has already been completed, and this is the implementation to allow development to occur, to simply create the lots, create the roads, allow for the infrastructure, and also appropriately identify the environmental features in separate blocks as open space. And that's the second point I want to make is there are several environmental features on the lands. They were identified through the east side subwatershed study that took place a few years ago. And they are appropriately identified and set aside on separate blocks in the draft plan of subdivision. And so on the screen, on the slide, the environmental features are contained within block 6, and there's a few components. The top right-hand side, identified as block 6, that's a provincially significant wetland, and the associated buffers with it will be included in that open space block. Just below that, to the south, also identified as block 6, is a woodlot that will also be set aside and is designated open space. And then you can see a corridor, a narrow corridor that extends to the west through to Street A, which is the extension of Intermarket Road. And this is a 50-meter wildlife corridor that was identified in the subwatershed study and identified through the official plan process the city undertook. And that provides a connection between the wetland and the woodlot and the Grand River to the west. So that's being fully implemented through this draft plan of subdivision. And in fact has a set of culverts, etc., and that allow for the wildlife crossing under Intermarket Road, and also interfaces then with Allendale Creek. Excuse me. The third point I wish to raise, which Kathy also addressed, I'll just expand on it a little bit, is that the draft plan will be undertaken in phases. The primary phase is all of the land, includes Street A, Intermarket Road, and all of the lands to the east. The lands to the west will follow as a subsequent phase, and that's in part because an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment are required. The stormwater management facility is located on the west side of Street A, but the rest of the development lands will follow through subsequent applications. But having said that, this first phase puts in place the roads, creates the parcels so that development can happen in the very near future, which is the intent of the owners. As you know, there's very little large lot industrial land in the region, and there's a high demand for this type of subdivision. So with that, I'll conclude my comments, and I'd be happy if there's any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan, and I'll just wait for the screen to reappear in front of us. I appreciate your presentation, as do others. So at this time, I'll call to see if there's any questions for our delegation by members of council. And a last call for members of council who may have questions for our delegation. Seeing none, I would like to ask one myself, Dan. You mentioned a buffer around the open space right now, and I was just wondering how large is that buffer around our wetland areas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A complete environmental impact study was completed as part of this submission. The buffer around the wetland is 30 meters.
Thank you. And how wide is the wildlife corridor that connects the woodlot with the wetland?
That corridor is 50 meters in width.
Okay. Thank you. I squinted and didn't quite see that on the smaller print. It goes without saying, the over 40 eyes, but thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from members of council at this time. So again, thank you for participating in our meeting today. And you're welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting, especially on this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel, if you'd like. And again, Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, I am going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who may want to call in and speak to this statutory public meeting C for 250 Allendale Road and 105 Middle Block Road. Individuals wishing to speak can again contact number 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So at this time, I'm just going to confer with our clerk to see if there are any individuals who have called in and requested to speak. And so I ask for your patience just for a moment here. Again, thank you for your patience. At this time, there are no delegates who have phoned in to speak to this public meeting thus far today. But in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, I'm now going to call again for a brief 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for members of the public to phone in and speak to 250 Allendale Road and 105 Middle Block Road. So we'll now go to recess to allow members to call in if need be. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I have now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for statutory public meeting call-in extensions have remained empty, so that we have now heard from all of those who have requested to speak today. So I will now call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. So Councillor Reid, I believe that you have this motion, so please read it in its entirety. Councillor Reid. You are on mute, Councillor Reid, and I would ask other members of council to make sure that you're muted at this time.
Sorry about that. Thank you. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Devine. The recommendation that report 20-123 CD be received, and that application 30T-20102 report number 20-123 CD, 250 Allendale Road and 105 Middle Block Road Industrial Draft Plan of Subdivision be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. I'd like to speak to it if I may.
You may go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to see this here. It seems to me it's been a long time coming. And this is exactly what we need to have happening now as we're looking at our economy recovering, that we can have these employment lands opening up, and that we will be able then to entertain various people to come and be a part of us, of the industrial area of King Breach. And I really am pleased to see the wildlife corridor, and that we're taking care of our wildlife as well, and that we have so many of these large lots that we need for the employment areas in our city. So I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Are there any other comments from members of council at this time? Last call. Seeing none, I think we're ready to go to the vote. So, Madam Clerk, I'm calling for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you very much. And I now deem that this public meeting is closed. Now we will move forward to public meeting D, which is 95 East Street zoning bylaw amendment. Aziz Bacchus. So again, this next statutory public meeting is about 95 East Street. We do have Colin Westerhoff, our planning technician, with us, who will be providing council with an overview of this report. And at this time, a reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this or any of the other statutory public meetings being held today, please contact phone number 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Colin, I'm sure you're here somewhere, finding you on my screen. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great. I just have our clerk who has just put the presentation up on the screen. So go ahead and just ask her to move the slides ahead once you're there. Welcome, Colin. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councilors, and members of the public viewing from home today. My name is Colin Westerhoff, and I will be presenting the public meeting report for 95 East Street today. Next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the planning process, and as you can see, we are at the early stages of that process. Next slide, please. So a notice was mailed out in accordance with the Planning Act. If you wish to receive future updates regarding this application, you can email me directly or call me. My email address is at the top of every slide, and my phone number will be included at the very end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So 95 East Street is located south of Ballantyne Avenue, east of East Street, west of Christopher Drive, and north of Stewart Avenue. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing structure on the lands and rezone the property residential with site-specific provisions to permit a reduction in the corner lot frontage, a reduction in the exterior side yard setback, and a reduction in interior lot frontages to permit the future submission of severance applications through the Committee of Adjustment. Next slide, please. So this is an image of 95 East Street as taken from Ballantyne Avenue. Next slide, please. This is an image of 95 East Street as taken from the corner of East Street and Ballantyne Avenue. Next slide, please. So this is a concept plan of what one of the single detached dwellings may look like pending approvals. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed site plan showing the proposed future severance of the property with the reductions to both corner lot frontage and interior lot frontages highlighted at the top of the site plan. And on the left-hand side of the site plan, you have the proposed reduction to the exterior side yard setback. Next slide, please. So within a recommendation report, considerations will be given to public comments, councillor comments, and agency comments that are received, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, parking requirements, and existing setbacks on the property. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending that the report be received and referred back to staff for subsequent report and recommendation. Next slide, please. So there's my contact information if you wish to receive further updates regarding the application. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Colin, for your presentation. I'm going to ask if there are any questions of council at this time. And again, members of council, if you have a question for our delegation, now is your moment. And I don't see any questions or comments coming forward at this time, Colin. Thank you very much. So we do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting D, and we will hear from this delegation before moving to any additional callers from the public who may call in on this item. We do have Sarah Code of GSP Group who has registered to speak to this public meeting. Sarah, are you on the line? Well, we will ask that we are patient while we are making those arrangements for our delegate to join the meeting. Sarah, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I am.
It's Mayor McGarry. Great. Just hold on here for a second while I just continue with our comments here. So our delegation will have 5 minutes to speak to their item. And as everyone is aware, at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but do permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting, as well as delegates like Sarah may call into our meetings to speak to items. So again, Sarah, thank you very much for joining us today to delegate. And a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So again, I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I'll guide you through that process. So again, welcome, and you now have your 5 minutes to speak. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Sarah Code, planner with GSP Group and agent for the property owner of 95 East Street. Thank you to Colin for his presentation. I just have a few brief comments. The site is designated low medium density residential in the official plan, which does permit single detached dwellings. The site is currently zoned institutional. The existing building on the site was previously used for a daycare, however, is now sitting vacant. The site is proposed to be rezoned to residential 4 to permit single detached dwellings with 3 site-specific regulations. A consent application would be submitted to create the proposed 3 lots. 1 bungalow and 2 two-story dwellings are contemplated. It is our opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment represents appropriate intensification of a single lot, which is currently underutilized. I would be pleased to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any questions or for our delegation at this point from members of council? And last call, I'll just see if there's any questions for our delegation right now from members of council. And seeing none, I just wanted to make a comment, Sarah. I seem to be going down memory lane today. When I first moved to Cambridge, this was my daycare center, so it doesn't seem like all that long ago. My question to you is, how long has these properties been vacant?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that I have that answer for you. I apologize.
Okay.
I can
no problem.
definitely get that back to staff though.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, seeing no further questions, I want to again thank you for taking the time to be with us today and participating in our meeting. And as you know, probably the meeting is continuing to be live streamed, and you're welcome to watch the remaining of this item and the rest of our meeting at the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to open the floor and call for any members of the public who would like to call in and speak to statutory public meeting D for 95 East Street. Individuals wishing to speak can contact 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So I'm just going to put the number up on the screen and wait for a moment for YouTube channel to catch up. Welcome back. Thank you very much for your patience. And just as an explanatory note, the YouTube channel does have about a 20 to 30-second delay between the time that we're speaking and before it arrives on YouTube channel. So we do have to wait sometimes for the YouTube channel to catch up with where we're at in the meeting. At this time, I have conferred with the clerks and confirmed that we have no callers at the present who have called in. So I will now make a final call in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak to this public meeting thus far today are accommodated. So in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have the opportunity to do so, I'm now calling for a 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to statutory public meeting D for 95 East Street. Thank you. Councillor Ermetta, are you back? Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you again for your patience today. So I have received confirmation from staff that there were no callers into the phone lines, no further messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension. So all of those have been received. I believe that we've heard from all of those who have requested to speak today. So I will now call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and for a recommendation. Councillor Adshade, I believe you have the motion. You're already unmuted. Thank you. So please read it in its entirety. Councillor Adshade.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We got public meeting report 95 East Street zoning bylaw amendment, Aziz Bacchus. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf that report 20-145 CD be received. And that the application R09-20 for 95 East Street be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. And I'd like to speak on that, Your Worship.
Please go ahead, Councillor Adshade.
I was just really glad to see when I read through this this report, I was glad to see that it's staff recommended that the dwellings, if this is approved, that the dwellings be capped at 2 stories, because that would fit in much better with the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Councillor Ajay. Are there any further questions or comments from members of council on this item? And I do see no further questions or comments. Last call, council. Seeing none, we will move ahead for the vote. So I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
Favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. I now deem this public meeting closed. Now, council, before we move ahead to the next public meeting, we were going to break at 1 o'clock in order to have enough time for some lunch. So we are going to break at this time. When we return in 40 minutes, we will be continuing on with public meeting E, which is 1520 Dickey Settlement Road at that time. So I'll now call for a recess for 40 minutes and we will be back at about approximately 1:30. So thank you very much. Make sure that you mute your camera in your phone and leave everything as is so we can come back to the meeting, and I'll see you at 1:30. Thank you.
Was I correct in understanding we were starting at 1:30, or was I mistaken?
We will be right with you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And we'll move forward with our agenda. Our next.
Oh, sorry, can you turn on start my video? It says you stopped it for some reason. Okay.
Hang on just a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, all present and accounted for. Our next statutory public meeting for today is 1520 Dickey Settlement Road. We do now have Brian Cooper, the senior planner, with us, who will be providing council with an overview of this report. As a reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this or any of the other statutory public meetings today, please contact 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So Brian, I understand there's a presentation, so the clerk will share the screen. Can I hear you, Brian?
I can hear you, yes.
Great. And just when you need the slide to move forward, please just notify Clerk Manton. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this presentation is for 1520 Dickey Settlement Road and a proposed temporary use bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. And the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposal to council and the public. Notice of today's meeting was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. And for those who are interested in receiving future information and notification, please contact me via email at cooperb@cambridge.ca. Next slide. So this slide shows the review process. Today we're at the public meeting stage, and after today's meeting, staff will continue to review the file as well as consider any public submissions made and council comments with the goal of bringing forward a recommendation report to the Planning and Development Committee and ultimately a decision by council. Next slide. So the proposal is for the applicant to complete the construction of a temporary sales office at 1520 Dickey Settlement Road without requiring the payment of development charges. And this is permitted in the city's development charge bylaw, provided that the use is established by a temporary use bylaw amendment, which is what this proposal is for. The sales office is for a period of 3 years and will not be on municipal services. And the sales office is for the sale of homes within the recently approved Westwood Village development in Southwest Cambridge. I should note that the use itself was already established, the approval through a minor variance in 2019. Next slide. So the subject property is outlined on red on the screen. It's located on the west side of Dickey Settlement Road and is designated rural residential and natural open space in the city's official plan. The property is zoned agricultural and open space, and in order to exempt the payment of development charges, temporary bylaw amendment is required. No development charges are warranted in this case because the use is temporary and is not connected to any municipal services. Next slide, please. So this is the applicant's site plan, which shows the layout of the site and the location of the sales office. It shows the parking area in front of the building, access to the sales offices off of an existing driveway off Dickey Settlement Road. And I note that the site plan has already been approved. Next slide, please. So considerations in the review of this proposal include any precedents set for an application such as this, any public and council comments, and staff and agency comments. Next slide. And staff is recommending that the report be received and that it be referred back to staff for a future report and recommendation. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Are there any questions from members of council to Brian at this time? I see no one asking questions of you, Brian, at this time.
Yes, I do.
Oh, wait, sorry. I don't see your raised hand feature.
It is.
There it is. Okay, that's why I pause. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's just a quick question. I understand that we will not be collecting DCs, and that's appropriate in this case. But in my reading of this, it said that school boards, they will collect DCs, and I wondered about that, and you didn't mention it. And so would they be doing that with this particular one, or are they exempt from the school board DCs as well?
For you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding of the school board's development charge bylaw, they don't include the same exemption permissions that the city and the region does. So the bylaw would allow for the exemption of city DCs and regional DCs, but not school boards. I would note that school board development charges are fairly minimal for use such as this.
So I think I understand you're saying that school board will collect.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further questions of staff by council members? Going, gone. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. So we'll move ahead. We do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting E. We'll hear from the delegation before moving to additional callers from the public. Marcus Gagliardi of Cache Developments has registered to speak to this public meeting. I'm hoping that I've got his name correctly. So I'll ask as we're patient again while we make arrangements for the delegate to join the meeting. Marcus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you very much. It's Mayor McGarry. I've just got a couple of comments and then I'll have you move ahead with your delegation.
Thank you.
As everyone is aware, at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. As well, delegates may call into our meetings to speak to items. So again, thank you for your patience, Marcus. So thank you for joining us to delegate, and a reminder that you do have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item in front of us. Otherwise, we'll ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I'll certainly guide you through that, that process. So welcome again, Marcus, and you now have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. I don't have too much to add, and nothing in terms of a presentation. I think Brian has done a great job of capturing everything for the application. I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, this is a temporary use by all definitions. You know, we received our minor variance approval a while ago, actually, and
the conditions of that approval were that the building be taken down within a certain period of time. We also went through a minor site plan approval process as well, and also entered into a development agreement, and all kind of linked to the demolition of the building and its temporary nature. So I don't have anything further to add to Brian's presentation. And if there's any questions from council, I'm happy to field them now. But if not, I just want to thank staff for processing the application expeditiously and getting us onto this agenda.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of council that wish to ask a question of our delegation? And I don't see any at this particular time. I'll give you a last chance so I can see everybody. And I see none. Thank you very much for your delegation, and thank you for participating in our meeting today. You are welcome to watch the remainder of this item as well as our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we don't have any further delegations who've registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to Statutory Public Meeting E. So now I'm going to open the floor and call for any members of the public who would like to call in and speak to Statutory Public Meeting E for 1520 Dickey Settlement Road. So individuals wishing to speak can contact 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So we're just going to have a pause to put that up on the screen, wait for the 30-second delay for YouTube, and then I'll be back to you. Thank you. I have confirmed with staff that there have been no delegates who have phoned in to speak to the statutory public meeting thus far today. So in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have the opportunity to do so, I'm now again going to call for a brief 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to public meeting E for 1520 Dickey Settlement Road. Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome back. Councillor Reid, are you able to mute or are you getting ready? Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. It is a bulky procedure to try and make sure that everybody that does want to call in can call in. So I'm thanking you for your patience today. I have now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, that we have heard from all of those who have requested to speak today. So I will now call for the motion, and the recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and a recommendation. And Councillor Reid, I believe that you have the motion, so please read it in its entirety. Councillor Reid.
I do, thank you, Your Worship. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mann. The recommendation that report 20-171 CD be received, and that the application R11/20 for 1520 Dickey Settlement Road be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. So does council have any comments on this project? Looking for council. This is your chance to ask any questions of staff. And it appears not. So now we're ready for the vote. So I'll now call the vote and ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. I deem this public meeting closed. Our next item agenda now is the public meeting F, 405 Myers Road and 115 Bloomington Drive zoning bylaw amendment, estate of John Fraser, care of Granite Homes. We do have Brian Cooper now, our senior planner, with us again, who will be providing council with an overview of this report. A reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this public statutory meeting, please contact 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So welcome, Brian. And I understand you have a presentation. The clerk is sharing her screen, and once you're ready, just let her know and she will advance the screen. Welcome, Brian. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this presentation is for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 405 Myers Road and 115 Bloomington Drive. Next slide, please. And the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposal to council and the public for consideration. And notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. And for those interested in receiving future notification, please contact me at cooperv@cambridge.ca. Next slide. This slide shows where we are at in the review process. Today is a public meeting in order to receive feedback from the public and council. Following today's meeting, staff will continue to review the file with the goal of bringing forward a recommendation report and then ultimately a decision by council. Next slide. So the proposal is for an 88-unit stacked townhouse development at 405 Myers Road and one single attached dwelling on 115 Bloomington Drive. In order to permit this proposal, a zoning bylaw amendment is required. Next slide. The subject property is outlined in red on the screen. It has frontage on Myers, Franklin Boulevard, and Bloomington Drive. The property is already designated for high-density residential land uses in the city's official plan. However, the zoning does not permit the proposed development, and therefore the applicant is required to amend the bylaw to rezone the property to RM4, which permits multiple dwelling units. Next slide, please. So this is the applicant's initial concept that was submitted at the time of submission of the planning application. At that time, the proposal was for a total of 96 stacked townhouse units, and access to the site was off of both Myers Road and the local City Street, Bloomington Drive. There was also a small amenity area proposed at the roundabout of Myers and Franklin Boulevard. Staff have provided some initial comments back to the applicant. Next slide, please. And this is the applicant's update proposal based on that initial feedback from staff. So the current proposal is has reduced the number of units from 96 to 88 stacked townhouse units. The access to the site is now off of the two regional roads, Myers and Franklin. The initial proposal had access off Bloomington Drive, and where that access point was off of Bloomington, now one single attached dwelling is proposed. In order to permit this proposal, site-specific amendments are required, and those include a reduced front and exterior side yard setback, an increase in the density, a decrease in the required parking from 110 spaces to 96 spaces, and a reduced common amenity area. I would note that the current proposal does have a much larger common amenity area for the development. Next slide, please. This is an example of what the proposed stacked townhouse buildings could look like. If the zoning bylaw amendment application is approved, the developer would have to go through detailed site plan review, and at that point, the final building elevations would be determined. Next slide. So this application is under review, and considerations in that review will include the city's growth management, infill, and land use compatibility policies, the site layout and access, the appropriateness of the requested amendments, as well as any comments from public, council, staff, and agencies. Next slide. And staff is recommending that this report be received and referred back to staff for a future report and staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. So at this time, I see I'll start off with comments from Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Cooper. I noticed that there was a reduction in parking, and I wondered if that's that's because it's near where transit is going to be, or near trails, or other ways in which people can get around and not need a car. Would that be a possibility?
Through you, Madam Mayor. That's correct. That's part of the rationale. So there is existing GRT bus service that it goes along both Franklin and Myers Road with connections to the Ainsley Street terminal. So that's part of the rationale for the reduction.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Reid? No, it appears not. Are there any other questions or comments of our staff by members of council? Seeing none, I want to thank you again, Brian, for a presentation. So councillors, we do have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting to speak to statutory public meeting F, and we will hear from this delegation before moving to any additional callers in from the public. So we do have Dave Aston of MHBC Planning, who has registered to speak to this public meeting, and will also have an accompanying PowerPoint presentation, I understand. Dave, are you online yet? Yep, we'll just take a minute until we get our delegation and our presentation online. Dave, are you able to hear me? It's Mayor McGarry.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. I'm just having the clerk pull up the presentation. And just wanted to say that at this time, again, that our rules don't permit in-person delegations but would do permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. As well, delegates may call into meetings to speak to items. So again, you know the score. So thank you for joining us today. You do have 5 minutes. And when your 5 minutes is up, I will ask for council questions from there, and I'll guide you through that process at that time. So welcome, Dave, and please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everyone. It's a little bit different doing this than standing at the podium in front of you with dogs barking and people moving around, but it's great to see everyone. Just want to thank Brian for his overview. I want to be brief as well, as I know you have a long day. So want to speak to a couple of items as I work through the presentation. If you could just move to the next slide, please. I know there's a bit of a delay, but if the slide's not working, that's fine.
Dave, we are on to the context plan. So if you're following along with YouTube, there is about a 20 to 30 second delay between each comment.
slide.
Yeah, are you able to? It's at the context plan slide.
I'm there now, and maybe what I'll do is just have you skip to, there's a slide of studies. And really what I wanted to do is just build on what Mr. Cooper had said as far as the proposal. And we had made some changes from the original submission. And that was based on comments received from the city staff and regional staff as it relates to the development. And as far as the proposed zoning requests and the changes, the side yard setbacks we're looking at are intended to provide some streetscape reference to the buildings. There'll still be significant landscaping and matters associated with design. So we're looking to try and bring the buildings closer. That's something we had discussed with staff. With regard to
Dave, if I might just jump in, what slide would you like us to be on? We're just at context plan. Can you just guide us which one the clerk should move ahead to?
If you skip this context plan, go to the next slide.
Okay, just wait till we accomplish that. That site location.
Keep skipping. We'll skip past most of this. I just want to get to the details, just to the concept, the actual concept plan. I think we would be
there
fine
it is.
at.
Yeah, we've got it up now. So wait for it. So that's the concept plan slide. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And like I was saying, now with that concept plan being up, we're working to a plan that implements the official plan and the high density designation that's in place. So when we're requesting a change to the zoning to increase the density, what I just want to point out is that the official plan permits a density based on a floor space ratio of 0.6 to 2. And that's the area of buildings in context of the site area. And the proposal of this concept plan has the FSR of approximately 1.2. So it's sitting below the maximum FSR and just above the minimum. So we think it's an appropriate fit of scale within the lands based on the designation that's in place. The parking, we've reduced it in the sense that it's the visitor parking. So we're providing 1.1 spaces per unit. So one space for each unit, 0.1 for visitor. if you look at it in that context. We did consider transit, bike lanes, trail connections, and all of those items in the request. The other matter related to common amenity area, as Mr. Cooper identified, that was based on the original submission. Our area is probably larger than that now, based on the two combined green spaces that you see at the corner and by the one block of units. The request gives consideration to how private amenity area is provided for these buildings as well. Each unit will have private amenity area in the form of balcony. The ground floor will have a little terrace, and the upper levels backing onto the stormwater management pond have the potential for a rooftop terrace. All units have potential for rooftop terrace, as a matter of fact. So we're looking at minimizing the common amenity area with consideration to what private amenity area would be provided for each of the units. I think those are the main items for my presentation. We'll continue to work with staff. At this point, we weren't advised that any public comments were received. So if any are received, we'll certainly be considering those through the process as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks for your patience. I'm just waiting till the screen goes down here. Great. Now, members of council, do you have any questions for the delegation? And again, I'll ask, do you have any questions for the delegation? And seeing none, I want to thank you again, Dave, for participating in our meeting, for your delegation today. So as usual, you are welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting and this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. But thank you again for participating this afternoon.
Thanks, everyone. Good to see you.
At this time, I am now going to open the floor and call for any members of the public who would like to call in and speak to statutory public meeting F for 405 Myers Road and 115 Bloomington Drive. Individuals wishing to speak can again contact phone number 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So I'm going to pop that up on the screen for a moment, allow the time for it to be shown on the YouTube channel, and be back to you in a moment. Welcome back. I have conferred with our staff and there have been no delegations calling in to speak to this item for this public meeting thus far today. So in order to ensure that all of those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, I'm now going to call for a 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to statutory public meeting F for 405 Myers Road and 115 Bloomington Drive. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I've now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, so we have no further callers at this time, and that we have heard from all of those who have requested to speak today. So I will now call for the motion, and the recommendation is for consideration to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. So Councillor Adshade, I see that you have unmuted already. You have the motion, so please read it in its entirety. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf that report 20-100 CD be received, and that the application R01-20 for 405 Myers Road and 115 Bloomington Drive be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Does council have any comments at this time? Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm generally in favor of the application, but I am a little concerned with the parking, because on the streets near that development, I don't think there is much room for visitors to park. And, you know, it is quite a high density, going from 40 hectares to 101. So, I'm just thinking maybe they're pushing the envelope a little bit on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments about that from staff? And if not, we'll take that under advisement as the staff report is yet to be written. And seeing none, I'll move forward. Are there any other comments from members of council? And seeing none, I'm ready to call for the vote. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. I deem this public meeting closed. Well, thank you. We are going to have a 5-minute recess as we leave our portion of the meeting that was dedicated to public meetings. But prior to recessing, I am going to call for a motion to consider matters in closed session so that we can go immediately into closed session after the recess. Councillor Meredith, I believe that you have this motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for it. If you could just give me a minute.
Yes, we've all been incredibly patient today, and we will continue to be so.
Yeah. I haven't been given the motion, so I don't have it with me. It might be in the email. I could look it up on my phone in the email. Maybe I'll do that.
If you like,
Mehta, I will have our clerk read the motion out, if that's all right. So I'll have Madam Clerk. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Motion moved by Councillor Mehta, seconded by Councillor Mann, in accordance with sections 239(2)B and F of the Municipal Act 2001, council to convene in closed session to consider the following subject matters. 1, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees, confidential HR matter. 2, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, confidential legal opinion.
Thank you. So we'll now call for the vote, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So I'll remind members of council and staff to place your microphones on mute. We'll be placing a sign on the screen again just to note that we are in recess, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you for your patience. Councillor Adshade, I think you have the motion in front of you to rise from closed session. Would you please read it in its entirety? Councillor Adshade.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Wolf, that we rise from closed session and reconvene in open session.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to our special council meeting. During the closed session, discussions occurred amongst members of council regarding legal advice on a municipal property assessment matter for 2500 Kossuth Road, as well as a confidential human resources matter, and staff were provided direction. Our first consideration for this afternoon is the consent agenda. If a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raise hand feature. In the interest of time, we will look to vote on the consent procedure in a block, but if you wish to comment, you are welcome to. Councillor Mehta, you have this motion. Will you please read the motion in its entirety? Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, that all items listed under the heading of consent procedure for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020, council agenda be adopted as recommended. Item 1, special council minutes, July the 14th, 2020. Item 2, Avenue Road School Zone and Speed Limit. Item 7, request to alter a Part 4 designated property, 12 Water Street South, otherwise known as the old post office. Item 9, T20-53, Hesper Arena Skylight.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff from members of council? Pam, Councillor Wolf, I do see your hand. Councillor Wolf.
Sorry, that it wasn't a question for staff. It was a comment on item 7.
Okay, just one moment. Are there any questions of members of council for staff? Seeing none, now is the time for our comments, and Councillor Wolf here first for comments.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to let the public know that this was to install snow guards on the roof of this property to address safety concern, and this had been approved by our Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee as well. And Helen Kelly did an excellent presentation to explain that, and that basically we don't want ice or snow falling on our public. So these are important additions to our roof.
Thank you. Any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, I'll now ask for our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Now we'll move ahead in the agenda for item number 3, the reallocating road space for active transportation proposed locations. We have a couple of comments to go through first, and then we do have Lisa Shomniak, who is with us, who will be providing council with an overview of this report a little later. But I understand Mr. Bromberg has some opening remarks. So go ahead, Mr. Bromberg. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. I just wanted to provide some context to the next report on the agenda, reallocating road space for active transportation. Given our requirements to maintain a 2-meter distance from others, it can certainly sometimes be difficult, particularly when sidewalks, for example, are less than 2 meters wide. Now, some communities are responding to the need for more pedestrian space by implementing new options to ensure that people do have a safe space for physical distancing while outside. On July 7th, Council 2 directed staff to identify potential active transportation projects for rapid implementation and return with a subsequent report with project details and costs. And this aligned with one of our objectives within the strategic plan, which was to find new ways to help people move within our city without the use of a vehicle. Now, in the report, which you're about to review, Council have options, including implementing wayfinding routes around the city, a pilot project on slow streets, 300 meters of sharrow pavement markings that Council may choose to implement, and permitting temporary sidewalk cycling on portions of Franklin Boulevard, again, subject to discussions with regional staff. If Council chooses to implement any of those initiatives, staff will be providing the appropriate notifications to the neighborhoods that may be affected. But I think very important too that I wanted to clarify that public input has been gathered on these initiatives, including the slow street option through the work on our cycling master plan. And some of that public input was through workshops that was done in May of 2019, in which we had over 30 participants. We had an online survey that ran from April to June, again, of 2019 with over 250 responses. We did numerous pop-up events at cycling-related seminars through the summer of 2019, in which we had over 200 interactions. We also had an open house in October of last year, in which we had over 30 participants. And then we had the Cycling Master Plan Strategy online survey between September and October of last year, which garnered over 110 responses. As well, during the months of February and March, we did post our draft Cycling Master Plan online, in which we received 127 page visits. So although the Cycling Master Plan was originally scheduled to come to Council in April, given the emergency situation we're in, that has been replanned to come for August the 11th. So as well, I want to let Council know that the document has been posted online since April, and we can certainly send out the link to Council once again. So thank you, Your Worship, and Council, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg, for those very important contextual remarks as we're heading into this next item of business. We do have, as I said, Lisa Shomniak with us, who will be providing Council with an overview of this report. So Lisa, if you're online there, we're ready to go with that one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick overview. The report is, like mentioned, a follow-up report with proposed locations and some projects that we've kind of determined through the cycling master plan that we pulled out. Also some suggestions that we've gathered from the group Climate Action Waterloo Region, who sent in a proposal. And I'm just here pretty much just to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So I do have a couple of questions to start. Councillor Mann and then Councillor Devine. Councillor Mann, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. And Lisa, thank you for that. And I've listened to what Mr. Bromberg has said about the public input and several meetings involving the public over the past months. One of the questions I have is, were the slow streets in Preston part of those discussions that took place with the public over the past 6 months?
Through your chair, slow streets in particular, we didn't narrow down exactly the type of facility in our public consultation. So for the cycle master plan, most of our public consultation was done last year. So we would have done more of an overview of the types of facilities that we're looking at. And one of the number one things that constantly came back from the public was that they want to see facilities that are for all ages and abilities. And all ages and abilities facilities include things like multi-use trails, separated facilities, and local street bikeways, which slow streets would fall under the umbrella of local street bikeways.
Thank you for that. So am I to gather from that that slow streets specifically were not identified during those conversations?
Through you, Chair, we wouldn't have done specific consultation on slow streets on those streets. If this pilot were to be approved, then we would do consultations with the public as it goes on to gather the feedback.
That's great. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Devine and then Councillor Reid. Councillor Devine.
Yes, and through the chair. And Lisa and Hardy, thanks for your comments. My concern was very similar to Councillor Mann's about public input into the process. And I understand with COVID-19, it's been very difficult on residents, on staff, even to try and get community input. So from what I can gather here, we had the cycling master plan group, they were involved. And also the climate action group were involved. Have we had any other consultation with residents regarding these, what we're trying to do here with this cycle plan?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we've had lots of conversation with the cycling master plan. If we're talking about slow streets in general, not in particular of that initiative, but we have had lots of consultation in terms of, what are the best wayfinding routes, where should, for example, the sharrows that we're proposing on Main Street, those are all items within the cycling master plan. And I guess part of this for the slow streets was kind of we wanted to gauge council's interest to implement this type of project before we went out and did any type of specific consultation on it.
Okay, do you mind if I ask what a sharrow is?
Through you, Chair. Yep, a sharrow is just a pavement marking. I believe we have one on Blair Road. It's a pavement marking that kind of reminds drivers to share the road with cyclists.
Okay, you also had them on Queen Street in Hesper.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that was a term. Okay, I'm just a little bit concerned of the public consultation, that's all. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Reid next and then Councillor Wolf. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Specific questions around the slow roads. I found that very interesting. But I wondered about the fact that is with the slow roads, is there parking allowed for visitors or anybody else in those particular areas?
Through you, Chair. Parking would likely not need to be removed in most cases. I mean, depending on how close to like the bollard, we might need to just monitor that, but cars should still be able to get through as normal.
Okay. And a second question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I get a little frustrated, as I'm sure some of you also do, with social media and the response that comes from social media, and the immediacy that it comes. And then I hear Hardy talk about all of the things that we have done over the last while around engaging the public in what we're trying to do around this transportation. And I just wonder if there's some way that we can do better, that we can get our information about what we've gathered already out to the public in a much better way, so that there's a better understanding. Because I find that social media oftentimes reacts immediately, but they don't have the background or the understanding they need to react in a way that is very positive. So I'm just looking for ways in which we can get that information out to the public quickly and well. So I don't know if it's Hardy could answer that, or anyone else who wants to take a whack at it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Bromberg has his hand up and his mic off, so please go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, to Councillor Reid. Certainly, we're always looking at continuous improvement, and the feedback that we're getting, what we hear today, including what we hear from the public, I think we can improve on our public engagement process. I think we've had some recent cases where there were some items that we could have maybe done better in self-reflection. So certainly we'll take that comment into consideration, and we'll look at using that as a continuous improvement initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, or is that it for your questions? Yeah, okay.
I just didn't want it to be taken as a negative. I wasn't being negative about what's being done. I just want us to to counter some of the negativity that we find on social media better than we have been. Thanks.
Thank you. That's why these discussions in the context of what we're discussing is important. I have Councillor Wolf and then Councillor Adshade. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report and all the work that's been done. I think we've done an excellent job consulting our cyclists, but unfortunately, people often aren't concerned or don't go to these meetings until it directly affects them. So I'm concerned with the slow streets on Hamilton and Queenston. So one of my questions is, why are we doing slow streets on both those streets as opposed to perhaps just Hamilton or perhaps just Queenston?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The reason why we chose two is because we also get complaints about cut-through traffic and speeding in those areas. So we tried to kind of strike a balance between providing cycling facilities and also trying to resolve some of those issues. For example, if we only did it on Queenston, we were a little worried that people would start using Hamilton as a cut through, and vice versa. If we only did it on Hamilton, people might start just jumping towards Queenston.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, again, why choosing this area, since we really do have a bike route now from basically the arena all the way past Eagle Street, like along the river. And then we also have construction on King Street. So I just wondering if this is the best location for our first try at slow streets. So I don't know, do you have a reason why you chose Preston, considering that there is that bike route already?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. One of the reasons why we chose this neighborhood is because of the grid-like network. So we thought, if we do some blocks that are close to through traffic, it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience for people to have to go too far around, given that it's in a block network that people can kind of more easily get around. Also, like mentioned before, these are two streets that are in the cycling master plan as bike routes. And given construction on King Street, there's no bike lanes or bike facility in that area at the moment. Or on King Street at the moment.
It's also difficult for cars on King Street. So that's okay. I guess that's all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. The question I have is, it's a pilot project. The slow streets are a pilot project. So I'm wondering how long this pilot project would last. And I'm also wondering, are you going to get some are you going to really enhance public feedback during this pilot project?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think the earliest that we could probably get this going would be possibly the 3rd week of August, and we would run it till the end of October, similar to the Coronation Lanes timeline. So then they would be down for winter. And yeah, we would definitely, we would look into doing some type of survey to gather public feedback, or any other method that we can gather feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from members of council? Councillor Adshade, did you have another comment, or can you lower your hand? Thank you. Lisa, I have a few myself. I'll take the chair's privilege. I do understand that road safety is a top concern, not only for our residents, our vulnerable road users as cyclists, pedestrians, and children. It's also a top concern for our staff here, as well as each and every one of us on council. And we heard loudly and clearly last year in ward town halls across the city that traffic safety, slowing traffic, speed, perception of speed, and vulnerable road users were at the top of our priority. We want to make sure that each and every citizen is safe. And if I refer back to the 2013 Chief Coroner of Ontario's report on cycling safety in the province, it was really a catalyst in making sure that we as municipalities and as a province would move forward with safer laws for cycling, and really start to put some infrastructure in place in order to separate some of our cycling and active transportation lanes, such as what happened over the Franklin Bridge over the 401 a couple of years ago. But it has been a main focus, not just of this city and area municipalities, but pretty well every provincial municipality in the province. And that's a preamble to really looking at why we're here right now. And the reason that staff has been asked to bring forward a report where we can provide safer cycling routes, bring the awareness up of drivers that we need to all share the road, and that all road users need to be safe. So in saying all of that, I note the Slow Streets initiative, which I believe is underway in Europe and in some municipalities across North America. And the feedback that I've read about is that the Slow Streets initiative actually has a traffic calming component and helps to satisfy some of the requests from area residents in order to slow the traffic down on their particular street. And in your opinion, Lisa, and I'll direct it to you, does this actually occur with a Slow Streets initiative? I know it's not a term that we're all very familiar with, but does it double as a traffic calming measure in some of those residential streets that employ this method?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it would work as a traffic calming method. Like I mentioned before, because it stops through traffic, you're only able to drive for about 2 blocks. And if you live on a specific street, you're kind of only able to get into your area and then turn around and get back out. So it would have traffic calming effects.
Okay, thank you very much. And my other question would be, in order to bring this forward as a pilot project right now, would it help to inform some of the Cambridge Master Plan, the cycling initiatives at a future date?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Thank you. If indeed we moved forward with some of these temporary measures or the measures that are in front of us today, would the data that we gain from instituting some or all of these measures help to inform future updates to our cycling master plan for the city of Cambridge?
Absolutely. Any time we're putting in any type of facility, any data that we can gather is definitely going to help us put in, the next type of facility, or help prove or give evidence that there are cyclists using these areas, and it'll help us determine the types of facilities to put in.
And my last very quick question, do cycling facilities assist in providing more safety, fewer fatalities, and fewer life-altering injuries to cyclists and pedestrians?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I believe so. I don't have the exact stats, but it's very well known that just slowing streets down in general and adding cycling facilities is safer for everyone, safer for drivers, safer for cyclists, safer for pedestrians.
Thank you. I have one last comment from Councillor Mann before we move to our delegations. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And Lisa, in your opinion, is there also an added safety feature if people wear right colored clothing, if they wear safety vests and they have lights on their bikes? Do all those things help reduce traffic accidents involving cyclists if they wear that protective and that equipment that will help identify them when they're riding on the streets?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Again, I don't know what the stat would be on that, but I would imagine so, that especially in darker conditions, there's a requirement 30 minutes before and after sunrise to have a light on your bike. Things like that definitely bring visibility. So anything that brings visibility to a cyclist is definitely helpful.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. So we'll now move forward to our delegations. We have 3 delegations who registered in advance of today's meeting on this item. So our first, could everybody please mute? Could the delegates on the line please mute?
I did.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. These things happen. Our first delegate, Warren Shaw, as you've heard, is with us, has registered to speak to the reallocating road space for active transportation proposed locations report. So once again, everyone's aware that at this time our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. As well, delegates may also call into our meetings to speak to items. And good afternoon, Warren. Thanks for joining us today to delegate. A reminder that you do have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item that you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have some questions for you, and I'll guide you through that process. So welcome again, Warren, and please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Warren Shaw. I live in the 300 block of Hamilton Street. I have concerns around the 3rd recommendation of Report 2183, specifically the approval of the pilot project for slow streets, and request that council consider an amendment to remove that recommendation from the report. The strategic goal to find new ways to help people move within and beyond the city without using cars is a goal I strongly support. We need to find ways to get people out of cars. Initiatives such as slow streets will aid in addressing our global warming crisis and potentially make neighborhood traffic safer. If these initiatives are to be successful, we need to implement them in a thoughtful way and in ways that do not oppose other important goals in our strategic plan. Goals such as provide a wide range of ways that people can become involved in city decision making and communicate often and make sure messages are clear, timely, and delivered in a variety of ways. Adherence to those goals helps ensure the transparency that this council values. While the report suggests that the Slow Streets project will have significant impact to the residents in my neighborhood, there's been no communication to those of us who live on the streets that would be most significantly disrupted. No communication seems planned until after the traffic restrictions are approved. The city generally consults residents directly impacted by construction or planning projects prior to approval. I believe this type of communication in this instance could reduce frustrations and provide the project a better chance of success, as it offers an opportunity to bring to light barriers to success from those living in the neighborhood. It could also allow an opportunity to educate residents to the benefits of the program, making the public more likely to support the inconveniences created by the traffic restrictions and reduce the number of angry phone calls to council members. For this pilot project to be successful, location and timing will be paramount. Neither seems ideal in the current proposal. If commuters continue to use their vehicles, this project will push those commuters to alternate routes. The two most obvious are King Street and Duke Street. King Street is still experiencing traffic restrictions due to construction by the region and is adapting to the recent restrictions imposed by the newly installed cycle lanes. Duke Street is currently subject to regular lane reductions as new housing on the street is being serviced by the city. It seems ill-timed to push more vehicles to those locations. We also do not have a clear idea of what will be happening with school transportation due to COVID. The Waterloo Region District School Board has indicated that only about a third of normal number of students will be able to ride the school bus. This could potentially increase the number of school buses on the roads, with schools on both Hamilton and Duke altering traffic patterns in these areas at this time may not be wise. The location also seems odd, as there is already a parallel trail system designed for cyclists. Linear trail runs from one end of Hamilton Street to the other. Cyclists can safely use that system without fear from motor vehicle traffic. If part of the plan's objective is to make a car commute so inconvenient as to force people to consider alternative methods of transportation, this plan should be paired with increased frequency and coverage of transit options. As we are still waiting for the LRT to come to Cambridge, we do not have that option if we move from our cars. The plan provides no other incentive for commuters to move to public transit other than making a normal car commute unbearable. To take away the option of a reasonable car commute without pairing that with alternatives would seem to lessen the chances of success. Also, the report does not indicate any communication with the Waterloo Region Police Services about enforcement or increased presence in our neighborhood once the traffic deterrents are installed. As a worker who relies on this type of signage for my safety, this is concerning. If motorists can ignore the signage and successfully drive through the restricted zones, they may give less consideration to similar signage in place to protect workers. I believe that the Waterloo Region Police Services should be consulted prior to approving the installation of these types of traffic measures to gain their insistence in enforcing compliance. I believe the goals outlined in this report are important and that slow streets could help achieve them. Positioning ourselves to allow opportunities for consultation with the public and our community partners may increase the chances of success and the future expansion of slow streets into other neighborhoods. Please consider amending Report 20-183 to remove the recommendation for Slow Streets pilot project at this time. Thanks kindly.
Thank you for your presentation, Warren. Are there any questions for our delegation from members of council? I'm just going to wait for a moment. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Reid, go ahead. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Thank you, Warren, for what you had to say, and I take it to heart. But my question that I have for you is, this is a pilot program, and to get it off the ground so that we get some data, we need to do it fairly quickly. So it's only going to last now probably for 3 months. Would you be able to handle it for that 3-month period so we could get the data that may help us to decide where and what and how slow streets could be done in the future?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. I'm in full support of the project. My concern is I really want to see it be successful. And I think if we rush it out without it being, it won't get the acceptance of the public that we need to move it forward. And because it is a pilot, we want to see it be successful. And I think that the COVID situation shouldn't be a reason to move away from our strategic principles. I think that communicating and informing the public is an important principle as getting people out of the cars. And I don't think we should waive them because of COVID. I think we should look to them and move closer towards them because of COVID.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Reid? No. Thanks, Warren. I do have another question here from Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Warren, thank you for your presentation and for your thoughts in relation to this. I do have a couple of questions, and the one is, you said that you hadn't heard anything about this in your particular neighborhood, and you live in the 200 or 300 block of Hamilton Street. Did any of your neighbors get any notification of the Slow Streets initiative?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak to whether they did or not. I only found out because I read every council agenda and I saw it there. I haven't had any of my neighbors bring it up with me. I don't know that anything was sent out to either Queenston or Hamilton Street, but I could be wrong. Maybe they did just miss my house.
Thank you, Warren. And you also said that with the construction on King Street, you've got Hamilton Street and Queenston Street that you can still use, but by putting slow streets in there, it just forces traffic down to King Street, which is under construction and has been for, as we know, for 2 years, and then forces it further out to Duke Street, which we know has got its own construction issues and a number of complaints received for speeding there already. So you're saying that all we're doing is we're pushing the problem to different locations, or we're creating a problem in different locations?
Well, I think through the chair, I believe that the program has a greater chance of success if, for instance, King Street was done and you're not pushing people onto a street that's under construction, or the housing project is done on Duke. I think the timing is ill-advised for the project on this street. People are also just getting used to the new lane closures for cycling on King Street up at the top end. And I believe that just sort of the mixture of all of those things happening at this time really lessen the chance for this important project to be successful. I kind of like the idea of having less cars on my street and, you know, not having people go as fast. But if it's only for 3 months and then we get a bunch of angry complaints because people didn't know what was going to happen, or woke up one morning and saw the signs on their street, sort of like the initial reaction we've had to the bike lanes, I believe that the pilot project has a less of a chance of being successful.
Thank you, Warren. And from all of that, I get that you really want this to be successful, but you think the implementation plan probably needs to change a little.
Through the chair, I just think that we needed to have some communication. My family bikes every day. We bike the neighborhood. We use the trail system. We bike in Riverside Park. I have 2 young boys. I certainly am a big advocate of reducing greenhouse gases and improving our environment. So I do believe that this is an important project, but I also think we want to give it the best chance for success.
Thanks, Warren.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Last call from members of council.
I have a question.
Sorry, just a moment. Who's speaking, please?
Councillor Liggett.
Okay, just one moment, Councillor Liggett. Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Warren, I have a question for you. Aside from this, did you have a scheduled work day today? How did you get to be a delegate?
I did have a scheduled work day today, but I took the day off because the meeting started at 10, and I was just going to take the morning off, but then someone gave me a heads up that that might not be a good idea, that it might go into the afternoon. So yeah, I've been on this meeting for about 6 hours, and I did have to book a day off to be able to speak to council.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate, as a member of the public, you making that sacrifice. I'm sorry you had to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Warren, I just have a quick question as well. I certainly know your boys. Very pleased that you do appreciate cycling in the city. When you are on the trail with your family, do you feel safer in segregated or separated cycling facilities or cycling lanes versus just being on the street?
We haven't had an opportunity to use the segregated lanes that they've just installed, but my boys are a little bit younger. They're just 10 and 12. So we don't bike on busy roads. Like, we'll drive down to Hamilton Street just a block or two to get onto linear trail, or we walk our bikes over to Riverside Park in order to use the trail system there. So unfortunately, I can't really comment on, I guess I would say we don't feel safe because we're not actually biking on them. We're walking our bikes. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Thank you again for coming to present to us today. And we will continue to live stream. So you're welcome to continue to watch the rest of this item and the rest of council meeting according to the YouTube channel.
Thanks kindly.
All right, our next delegate is Tom Strickland, who is registered to speak to the reallocating road space for active transportation proposed locations report. So I will ask for some patience as we bring our delegate into the meeting. And once the delegate joins, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their item. And as everyone is aware at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meetings as well. Delegates may also call into our meetings to speak to items. So just some patience to make sure that we have our delegation on the line. Tom, are you present?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Great, thanks. It's Mayor McGarry. Just give me a moment. Okay, I double clicked. I'm unmuted now. Thanks, Tom, for joining us this afternoon for delegating. A reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you are speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes are up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I will help you walk through that process. So welcome, Tom. You now have 5 minutes to speak to this item. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor McGarry and council, for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm speaking on behalf of Janessa Doherty and myself. We are both transportation sector members of Climate Action Waterloo Region. However, I'm talking today simply as a concerned Cambridge citizen. First, we'd like to thank Lisa and the other key city staff for their hard work in producing this recommendation quickly and with excellent new ideas. We strongly support the recommendations that are under review today for the reasons we outlined in our delegation to the July 7th council meeting on this subject. I won't repeat the details of that delegation, but I will briefly note what we believe are the two key benefits of the more active transportation. Mental and physical health benefits from exercise that can be done with greater social distancing during a pandemic, and greenhouse gas reductions when people use active transportation rather than cars. We would also like to highlight two key points. The recommendations require no new money. It will be funded from existing budgets, according to the report. Also, the vast majority of the recommendations, 25 kilometers of wayfinding routes, will have no direct impact on anyone traveling by car. We are fully supportive of the overall project, but we do believe some tweaks could be made to improve the final result. We appreciate the multiple comments that suggest there will be some flexibility in the final design and hope that we can remain involved if this project is approved. Specifically, we strongly support the proposal to allow cycling with pedestrian priority on the sidewalk where there is no multi-use trail on Franklin Boulevard. This will create a very safe, legal cycling path all the way from Hesper to the southern city border, the longest in the city by far. We are strongly supportive. We are also particularly excited by the shortest of the wayfinding routes, Water Street South and Augusta Street at 0.3 kilometers. While the temporary regional bike routes are in operation, this could provide the shortest, easiest, and prettiest possible link between Preston and the Galt Core. Augusta Street links up to the beautiful Riverside Trail that follows the Grand River right to Park Hill Road and Water Street in the core. Unfortunately, the Riverside Trail is officially closed, I believe because one small bridge is out of commission. Can the necessary repairs be done quickly? We agree this will be a terrific route when it's open. Turning to other wayfinding routes, we strongly support a wayfinding route from the Cedar Street, St. Andrew Street area through the Galt Core, which is one of the recommendations, and the wayfinding concept in general. This was one of our key recommendations. However, our idea was that the wayfinding would identify the route with the best compromise between safety and speed to go between important destinations. The average cyclist should be comfortable riding on the recommended route. Our report recommended that Main Street be included on the routes, but also recommended Main Street be temporarily closed to cars. We thought this made sense at this time since it would also allow more room for restaurant patios and outdoor retail during the pandemic. We still think that's a great option. Unfortunately, we do not think it's proposed to simply define Main Street as a shared street will do enough to improve safety. It will still be a narrow street with buses and substantial traffic volume in both directions. To make it safe enough for the average cyclist to feel comfortable, we need to somehow find space for more robust cycling infrastructure, which I agree is difficult, or reduce the traffic. If Main Street cannot be made significantly safer for cyclists, then we think a wayfinding route that crosses the Cedar Concession Bridge and goes up Concession to Ames Lake to Wellington would be the safest, most effective route to get through the Galt Core to the Mill Creek Trail at Wellington and Maine. That route would be even better if west of the Grand, it directed cyclists to bypass a section of Cedar Street that has no cycling infrastructure. This can be accomplished by a simple wayfinding diversion on Grand Avenue, 1 block south to Victoria, west on Victoria, and returning to Cedar at Osborne Street, where there is a bike lane. Also, I recently done timing tests of 2 different driving routes to go east from Queen Square to Chalmers and Concession. That is just past remaining concession meet east of the core. To my surprise, in rush hour, going all the way across to the Cedar Concession Bridge from Queen Square on Grand Avenue and then along Concession is almost a minute faster than going the much shorter route through Main Street. How many people go through Main Street not realizing there's a faster route? Could we do something to encourage them to switch to the faster route and avoid Main Street? One option short of full closure would be to do what has been done on King Street West in Toronto. Require cars traveling on Main Street to turn right, or perhaps turn right or left at Ainsley. Buses and cyclists would be accepted. That would practically force through traffic over to the Cedar Concession Bridge, which is a faster route, while still allowing access for local traffic. One other wayfinding route that we think does have a slightly higher risk is the western portion of Route 4 on Fountain Street. We believe the eastern part of that route from Preston Core to Langs Drive would be quite safe and very helpful. We do believe the route along Fountain Street would be very useful if there was safe cycling infrastructure on that portion. However, without cycling infrastructure, we believe the average cyclist will be uncomfortable riding on that stretch. We recognize that adding cycling infrastructure there is not a simple task given the road width. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. So I'm going to ask at this time if there's any questions from members of council for your presentation. Members of council, do you have questions for the delegation? Seeing Councillor Wolf, go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. Would you be able to give a copy of your wayfaring suggestions to staff?
Yes, actually, I've already sent a preliminary draft of these comments to Lisa Shaminiak, but I'll send the final version. And actually, perhaps we can even try to map it. It's certainly easier to see it visually. I know it's a bit hard to follow when it's just being spoken.
Thank you, because I think you made some excellent suggestions.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further questions from council, we will now invite you to continue to stay with the meeting by watching our YouTube channel. So thank you very much for the comments today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, we did receive a request to delegate on this matter from Lynn Wakely. As the request was received past the deadline for delegates to register, I will ask council for a motion to waive this requirement. The motion will require a 2/3 majority vote. Do I have a mover for a motion to waive the delegate registration requirement found in section 13 of the City of Cambridge procedural bylaw?
Councillor Devine will move that.
I'll second it. Councillor Mann will second it.
Thank you. So it moved by Councillor Devine, seconded by Councillor Mann. Any comments before we move forward for a vote that will require 2/3 to allow the delegate to speak? Seeing none, I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Please unmute.
Councillor Mehta. Oh, you're muted again. There you go. Oh.
Okay, sorry, in favor?
Councillor Liggett.
Yeah.
You're currently muted. If you could just unmute Councillor Liggett, please. I'm trying to just unmute. Councillor Liggett, are you able to unmute your mic? I'm worried that she's having some audio issues. Okay. Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Okay, and that carries, and we'll figure out what's happening with Councillor Liggett. I'll reach out to her.
And thank you. in order to bring the delegation in. I'll request that we're patient while we make arrangements for that to happen. And once the delegate joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to this item. As everyone is aware, at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting as well. Delegates may call into our meetings and speak to the items. And of course, in this case, we have approved to waive the procedural bylaw and move ahead with this delegation. So I'm just going to confirm that we have Lynn Wakely on the phone. So I ask for your patience while we take a moment to make this happen. Okay. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're struggling to reach the delegation, so I'm going to ask for your patience, so please stand by. Thank you. I'm going to have Madam Clerk explain that we're unable to reach the delegate. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for passing that permission to allow that delegate to speak, but we have attempted to contact that delegate 3 times. So as per our procedural rules, we've been unable to reach them. So we are going to move forward with the agenda. And we are also, we were having some difficulty with Councillor Liggett, but I think we've got her back online now. So we're going to proceed.
Yes, I am back.
Good stuff.
Thank you for your patience. So we'll move forward with any questions from members of council to staff. Are there members who would like to ask questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, before we move to further questions of staff, I will ask that Councillor Devine place the motion on the floor. Councillor Devine, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety. Go ahead.
Sorry, just hang on a second here. I gotta get plugged in again. Sorry. Sorry about that. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, loud and
Okay,
clear.
good.
Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Okay, reallocating road space for active transportation, proposed locations. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation that report 20-183 bracket CD regarding reallocating road space for active transportation, proposed locations be received. And the council endorsed the rapid implementation of projects outlined within the report 20-183 CD for implementation in 2020. And further, that council approve a pilot project for slow streets as outlined in further 20-183 CD. I'd like to speak on it, please.
Yes, Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Okay, this proposal is something that clear is required. I'm not sure it's required right now. I'm very concerned about the slow streets on Hamilton and Duke. I'm quite concerned about that at the moment. I think that should be taken out of this proposal. And I would make a motion that that portion of it we defer. We defer it until the residents of that community can be contacted and explained what's going on. So I would like to try and get a deferral on that portion of it, please.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'm going to hold your question till the end of some of the debate, and I will certainly come back to you. And I know that if I forget, you will remind me, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any other further comments or questions? And just
No,
hold the other thought?
I think I'll just save them for now.
Okay.
Okay, let everybody else speak. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Wolf and then Councillor Mann. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I strongly support our active transportation, and I appreciate all the work that staff have done on these projects. I support the 25 kilometers of wayfinding routes around the city, the 0.3 kilometers of shallow pavement markings, and our 2 kilometers of permitted temporary sidewalk cycling on Franklin Boulevard, subjects to the discussions with the Region of Waterloo staff. However, I do not support at this point the slow streets on Hamilton and Queenston. I think Warren Shaw gave some excellent reasons why we should be taking that off our motion. I think, first of all, I think we need more public consultation with all the streets in Preston there that would be affected. And that would even include things like Duke Street, not just on the southern part of below King. But I would actually think that maybe we should wait until King Street and Duke Street don't have construction. Also, the start back of school. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. There's so many different things going on. And we've had so much, I would say, negative response to the closing of portion of King Street by Coronation. So I think, as Warren Shaw said, we want this to be a successful pilot project. And I think this location at this time would not be a successful pilot project. And if they wanted to try it in a different area, Hespeler or Galt, I could support that. But I think at this point, this is the wrong location at this time. But I fully support the other parts of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, and then Councillor Reid. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I know that there's been a lot of work done on this report and a lot of work in a very short order. And I myself am an avid cycler, but I can't support the slow streets in Preston. Warren has made it very clear that he didn't receive any notification and he's as close as anybody is going to be to hearing about it. And so I'm a lot concerned about the notification about the slow streets initiative in Preston and people not hearing about it. And the complaints that I heard were loud and clear that people had not heard about slow streets. People don't know that today they may be able to drive to their home, but tomorrow they have to take a different route because a portion of the street has been blocked off to them. King Street has been under construction for years in our community, and businesses and travelers have been frustrated and have had to deal with those construction issues for a long time. Traffic has been reduced to single lanes. Traffic has been controlled by flag people. And now what we want to do is, before the construction is done, we want to do slow streets in Preston, which will further aggravate the situation. And I think, as Councillor Wolf has said very clearly, that let's wait until the construction is over before we start doing anything, because we have issues on Duke Street with construction and with speeding. And this isn't going to help those situations. So I really look at it and I think that if we wait till the construction is done, then we can look at this and we can notify the public of what we are thinking about. And I think notification and consultation even prior to a pilot project of this nature is going to have significant impact on homeowners because they can't get home the way they normally do, on vehicular traffic because the roads have changed, and on pedestrians and cyclists as well. And I think it's really important that we have that consultation piece, and we really let's make sure we get the community involved and let them know. So I'm not in favor of this. And I think we have a way of getting from Riverside Park all the way over to Coronation Boulevard using linear trail. And it's a trail that takes you out of your way a little bit, but it's more picturesque than driving through a residential area because it takes you through along the river trail, and it's and you don't have to deal with any vehicular traffic at the same time. So I think there are other alternatives that we can use until such time as we can do the consultation, do the notification, wait for construction to be complete, and make sure that the public is involved and on side. As Warren said, public education will make this more successful than if we just turn around and do it now. And we've seen what's happened when we put the bike lanes on Coronation Boulevard, for example, without much notification to the public. We've heard about that, and it's been deafening. So I will not support the slow streets in Preston. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move forward to Councillor Reid and then Councillor Adshade. And Councillor Mann, if you've completed your remarks, please lower the hand. Thank you. That keeps me straight. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, well, I'm going to support all of it. I'm going to support the slow streets. I listened to what people had to say, and I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but I also am looking at an opportunity. This is where we have an opportunity, and it's only for 3 months, that we can gather data that's going to be really, really important. Slow streets are new. Wherever you put them, people are going to object because it's new. They don't know what it is. Change is hard. We don't like change. but if we go ahead and get this, we can find out what we need to do and what can happen with slow streets and what is the positives of it and what are the negatives of it. I see why I want to do it now is because we have 30% less traffic. So it's an opportunity now to try these things and to see how it works. I have a belief in our people that they're smart enough to figure that out, that they can figure it out before that. I mean, we know that in Canada, we have 2 seasons, winter and construction, and we managed to get around construction and figure out how to do it. Is it convenient? Always? No. It isn't always convenient, but what this gives us is an opportunity for those folks to not have less traffic on their roads, which I think they would really enjoy, and an opportunity for us to find out how this works and what we could do in the future and where we could do it in the future. And I bear in mind, it's 3 months. And if we don't do it now, if we wait, it's going to take a long time before we are able to get that kind of data and that kind of information. And I think it's important for us to have it. So I'm going to be supporting all of the particulars in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now go to Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I support this motion, but I can't support the slow streets in Preston pilot project. As explained by Councillor Mann and Councillor Wolf, this is not the time to do it with construction on King Street, on Duke Street. We just put bike lanes on King. I think it'd be just overwhelming, and now's not a good time. And it would be nice to give them some more notice. So for those reasons, I can't support. I can support slow streets maybe in some other part of the city, but not right in Preston at this moment.
Thank you. And before I move forward back to Councillor Devine to put his motion, if he still entertains putting an amendment to the motion, Councillor Leggett, do you have any comments before we revert back to Councillor Devine?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have I'm a little bit confused with the actual motion. I also don't support the slow street part of this, but I would like staff to just confirm when you say reallocate road space for active transportation, proposed locations be received. Is that not the same as the pilot project for Slow Street, or am I missing something here?
Just a moment while we have staff. Oh, wait. Sarah, are you waving?
Yes.
Yeah, just keep your hand up longer.
Okay.
There's 25 people in front of me and I can't find you. So
That's okay.
Go ahead, Sarah Austin, go ahead.
Certainly through you, Mayor McGarry. We did separate out the pilot project as a separate motion because we recognized it is new. It is something we were trying to do in short order. So Councillor Leggett, the bulk of the report would all get approved together through that first motion. And then the second recommendation was looking at the pilot project. So Councillor Devine's amendment would remove only the pilot piece, and then we would hope the remainder would stay as a whole package. So the other items listed would remain together.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah. So I have another question then. When we look at page 101 and we talk about item number 6, and then the next paragraph following that, it talks about the wayfinding routes. Staff will investigate if they're suitable for slow street interventions as well. And then we also talk about the cycling master plan, which we haven't even received yet. So by accepting this report like this, we're saying, okay, as staff see fit, or recommendations from the Cambridge Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee and the Climate Action Waterloo Region proposal. And yet it doesn't seem to me that we've even gone out to the public yet. So how do we go ahead and utilize these for possible slow street interventions if we're stopping it in Preston because the public hasn't been consulted, and it also interferes with the economic recovery of the King Street downtown Preston? but we're saying we don't really care about the rest of the city. Are we going to go out to the rest of the city with all of the wayfinding routes? Like I'm really concerned that we haven't done the cycling master plan. We haven't gone through it. Council hasn't seen it. It's not till next month. And it looks to me like this is way ahead of the game with this particular motion. It's kind of like the tail wagging the dog by putting this particular item before we get the cycling master plan. So Sarah, can you please allay my fears here?
And Councillor Liggett, just as staff is joining, I'm just going to return to Mr. Bromberg for his a couple of contextual comments that he made at the beginning of this item that should address why it's in front of us right now. Mr. Bromberg.
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Liggett, on July the 7th, Council directed staff to identify potential active transportation projects that could be quickly implemented. And we were asked to come with a subsequent report with some project details and costing. So in the report, Council had options to implement a number of items, including some wayfinding routes around the city. There is the mention of a pilot project on slow streets in Preston. There's additional markings of shallow pavement, as well as permitting for certain sections of Franklin Boulevard, a temporary sidewalk combo cycling section. So again, that was based on what could staff implement in a quick manner. The idea would be that staff would provide the appropriate notification to those neighborhoods that might be affected based on council's direction. But certainly there was a lot of public input in terms of the cycling master plan. Most of it had occurred last year. The draft was put on our website in February and March and currently sits there. And there was some feedback earlier on about bettering our communication. So one of the things that we could do is certainly advertise a little bit more to members of the public about the draft cycling master plan that will be coming to council in August. The original cycling master plan was scheduled to come in April. However, based on the pandemic and the emergency council meetings that we had set up, that was unfortunately pushed out until August. So hopefully that provides a little bit more information. Thank you.
Okay, and Sarah, did you have any other comments to add to that? I'm saying no.
No, thank you. I think you covered it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Liggett, are you completed with your questions?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm completed with my questions. So to my comments now, as you know, I didn't vote on this on July 7th. I voted against this, and I have concerns that, again, that we are putting this because under the auspices of COVID, and I can't support this motion at all. I think we should have the cycling master plan ahead of us. I think the public is just becoming alerted to this now. And as we know, many times when we have a plan or some big thing come before us, the public has no idea of what's going on. They now know what's going on. And I think you probably have more people come out and have their input put into this. And I have a feeling that this is only the cycling people who had input to begin with. So I can't support this as is, because I really feel strongly that the public needs to be involved before we go ahead. I don't have a problem with some parts of it. I mean, I think arrows are great. I think cycling, not full lanes, but I have no problem with the 3-foot barrier. I wish we were a community where, the forefathers had thought about this many, many years ago, and we wouldn't be in this place that we're in. But I can't support this motion at all. And I think the whole thing should be deferred until after we have that master cycling plan and the public has been consulted, and we go about this the right way without COVID even being part of the situation.
Thank you.
Now I'm done.
Thank you, and also provide a couple of comments before I go back to Councillor Devine, who's had lots of time to formulate an amendment if he so desires. But I would also agree and concur with most people's comments today. I do believe that safety of all road users is of paramount importance to all of us. And I do know that statistically, those that have safer cycling routes tend to find less fatal and life-altering events happening to our most vulnerable road users, who are our children, our cyclists, and our pedestrians. In saying that, I also have some issues with instituting a slow streets program at the moment until there's broader public education regarding this initiative that is global in nature. It will assist us in the future, as staff has said, in order to help some traffic calming and slow speeds on our street, which most residents are certainly looking for. But I would concur that or agree that at this particular time, trying to institute a slow street initiative at this point with everything going on and with minimal education as to why and how this will help in a number of different ways, I would support the other things. So at this point, I am going to return to Councillor Devine, and at this point I would entertain an amendment if so choosing, but go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, and through the chair. Oops, sorry, through the chair. Everybody's brought up some very, very valid points, whether it be council or staff. And there's a lot of excellent positive things in that report, but there's some, we kind of, again, we haven't put the circle around it in some cases. There's multiple things. There's slow streets is one. The fact that we don't have the cycling report is not coming till August. All right, so we don't know what's in that. I would like to make a deferral. A deferral, if I can get a seconder. And that deferral is, this gets deferred until after council receives the master cycling plan.
I'll second that. Councillor Liggett, I'll second that.
Okay, that's fine. Can I speak on it?
Just 1 minute while our
Yes,
clerk is taking
certainly.
this down, please.
Yes. I guess we don't speak on its time and place.
Yes, it is time and place.
Yes, sorry, I forgot I was thinking out loud.
Well, at least everyone's thinking. That's always a good thing. All right, so we'll continue to speak to time and place for any that would like to do that at this particular time. So members of council speaking to time and place on the deferral.
Well, time and place.
No, Councillor Devine, just 1 moment, please.
Oh.
Please mute yourself at this point. I have Councillor Mann first. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I would be fine with a deferral until after the master cycling plan, the cycling master plan has been received.
Thank you. Other members that would like to speak to time and place to the deferral? Seeing none, I'm ready to move forward with the vote on the deferral. If everybody's ready, last call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. On the deferral, Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Let's try that one more time just so I can hear you clearly. Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Okay, so that carries on the deferral of the item until after the cycling master plan.
Thank you. So we'll now move forward to our next item, which is item number 4, the 2020 Speed Management Program. And before we move to questions for staff, I'll ask that Councillor Urmeta place the motion on the floor. I do note that your screen is frozen. Councillor Urmeta, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
That's a little better. I'm going to ask you to read the motion, but if we struggle to hear you, I might have Madam Clerk read it, but try it. Go ahead. Councillor
Thank you,
Meta.
Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, 2020 Speed Management Program. The recommendation is that report 20-173 CD 2020 Speed Management Program be received for information, and that council approve the proposed neighborhood speed limit review pilot project as outlined in report 20-173 CD.
Thank you, Councillor Meta. That worked. You just needed a few moments to reset. At this point, I'll ask if there's questions for staff on this report from members of council. Any questions to members of to staff? Last call. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll just now ask if council has any comments on this particular piece. Any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to take the chair's privilege and make some myself. As I have said throughout today, road safety of all users is paramount of importance to residents, to staff, and to members of council. And it has been one of the talked about and most written about subjects that we've taken to date over the last year and a half. This is not easy, and it's something that all municipalities tend to struggle with, which is why provincially and throughout the world, there have been new tools in order to try and slow drivers down, to manage the speed according to the posted speed limit, and to ensure road safety, especially in our neighborhoods, in front of schools, and in order to protect our vulnerable road users, again, our kids, our cyclists, pedestrians. Vehicle versus pedestrian or cyclist result in severe injuries. This is not an easy task, and it's something that legislators the world over, and in particular in our province and our municipalities, are struggling with. I know that with discussion with staff that they have done a lot of research into how to manage a speed management program using the tools legislatively, as well as some of the new technologies that are out there in order to protect our streets and protect our citizens. And I wanted to give this moment to them to thank them for an incredibly thorough report, for staying on top of a very changeable situation, and for taking some of the new initiatives like the Tommy program, the radar speed boards, and other technologies to move them ahead. So I really just wanted to provide those comments before we're able to move ahead. So with no further comments, seeing none, then I'll call for the vote, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to record the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Meta.
Favor.
Councillor Meta, you may want to turn your video
In
off.
favor.
Sorry, Councillor Meta, you may want to turn your video off. It may help your audio. Just a note. Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. At this moment, I'm going to call just for a quick 5-minute recess for a bio break. So I will see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Wolf, are you there? There we are. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Our next item is item 5, the Automated Speed Enforcement Program. So before we move to questions for staff, I'll ask Councillor Wolf to place a motion on the floor. If you've got it there, go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Item through you, Madam Chair, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ache, received, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all necessary agreements and renewals with the region of Waterloo for the administration and operation of automated speed enforcement on city roads to the satisfaction of the city solicitor, and further that council approve the potential locations for automated speed enforcement as outlined in report 20-176 CD. I'm speaking to the motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Okay, I strongly support this motion. I think the launch will encourage drivers to slow down and abide by the prescribed speed limit within school zones. There's 4 locations that this may occur are Main Street, Guelph Ave, Elgin Street North, and Winston Boulevard, which are all locations with schools. And I guess the best news, it won't cost the city a cent. So, and I do think it will be effective. And I think starting at a school zone is an excellent place to put this, I guess it's photo radar, which is now called automated speed enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, and it is to be used in school zones or community improvement programs. I've got a couple of other questions for staff. We're at questions for staff, so Councillor Mann and then Councillor Reid. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And it is a question of staff, and I really support this initiative as well. I think it's great, and I think it's long overdue. And my question is, will future site locations include locations in Preston? Because I did find that they were missing when I read the report.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, future locations could include Preston locations. At this time, the region's only asked us to provide 4 potential locations. So that's what we've done. But certainly, as this program rolls out into potentially more locations, we can definitely look at locations in Preston.
Thanks, Shannon. And I could also give you a couple of locations too.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up to that, due to the cost containment program that the region's putting in place, it's why the entire project isn't moving ahead just yet. It was modified, Councillor Mann, just for your information. I'll move ahead now to Councillor Reid, I think was next. Councillor Reid.
I don't have a question. I just want to speak to the motion. So do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead now anyway.
Okay. Yes, I'm totally in favor of this motion. I was just delighted when I heard that the region was considering doing this. And even though they did need to modify it because of cost containment, I thought, well, we get a good start on this. And I think I'm sure that I'm not unique as a councillor in that I have received many inquiries as to why can't we stop this in front of schools and this speeding and what is happening. And this is a really great start, I think, a way to actually deal with it. And that, you know, if you don't want a ticket, then obey the law. It's quite simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Were there any other questions or comments from Council on this item? Again, I'd also add my support to this particular item, and I also know that part of the reason that the original rollout was modified due to cost containment was because of some of the changes in the POA courts and some of the justice system due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So everything's kind of been rejigged, but I am certainly very supportive of this tool in our toolbox in order to manage our speed management issues throughout our community. So thank you. So seeing no further, last call for any comments from members of council at this time. Any comments from members of council? Seeing now, I'll now ask our clerk for the vote. Madam Clerk.
I'm just going to give Councillor Devine a chance to get back on. We seem to have lost him.
Well, I can hear you, but I don't have any video. I'm not sure what's going on here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just asked you to start your video. Did you get that request?
No, I didn't get that. Okay, I'm not sure what happened here.
I sent you another request to start your video.
Okay, so where do I find that?
It should prompt you right on your screen.
I don't see that. It says launch meeting. If you have a Zoom client installed, launch meeting.
Down at the bottom of your screen, do you see a video camera?
Oh, no. I get other icons at the bottom of the screen. That's the problem. How do I get rid of the icons?
All right, well, let's go with that golden voice of yours and let's go through the vote and then we'll come back to the technical difficulties. How's that? All right.
Nice.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries. And look who joined us.
Aye.
Okay then. Thank you. We'll now move forward to item number 6, and that's in the recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment 26 Berge Street. We have one delegation who registered in advance of today's meeting. Actually, we had 2, but one has dropped out. So we do have one registered in advance of today's meeting, and that is Kristen Barrisdale of GSP Group, who has registered to speak to the recommendation report for 26 Berge Street. So again, some patience until we get that delegation on the line. Kristen, are you on the line now?
I'm here.
Great, it's Mayor McGarry. Just give me a couple minutes. I'll just go through a couple of items until I invite you to speak.
Absolutely, thank you.
So again, thanks, Kristen, for joining us today to delegate on this item. A reminder that you will have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you are speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. And again, I'll guide you through that process. So welcome. And do you have a presentation?
Or
just comments? Okay, no problem.
Just comments.
Yep, so now you have 5 minutes, but again, welcome and please begin.
Good evening, or I guess good afternoon still, members of council and Mayor McGarry. We are the agents representing Mr. Kales with respect to this property. My name is Kristen Barrisdale from GSP Group. I just wanted to speak briefly to the application and the staff report. We are in complete support of the staff recommendation. There were a couple of comments and questions that were brought up at the public meeting a number of months back.
with regards to existing grading, possible changes to grading on the site, some issues with drainage and eaves troughs and snow buildup on the roof. We have taken all of those into consideration and provided further correspondence to the city addressing those matters. We met out on site with members of both the building department, development services and planning department earlier this spring to kind of review those matters. And I think all of those matters have been touched on in the reports that have been prepared by planning staff and appended to that document. So I'm here to answer any further questions that may arise as a result of that report and those comments that we had received. But other than that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kristen. And now I'll turn it over to members of council for questions to our delegation. Any questions from members of our council for the delegation? Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor, through the chair. No, I'd just like to comment that the work that's been done on that property has been done exceptionally well. And anything that was brought up has been taken care of. I went and had a look, and to be quite honest, it was quite impressive. And it's a nice spot. Done a great job.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions from members of council to our delegation? And seeing none, I did want to thank you again, Kristen, for joining our meeting this afternoon. You can still tune in to our Cambridge City live YouTube webcast in order to see the rest of this item, and I invite you to see the rest of the meeting. So thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you all very much, everyone. Have a good evening.
Okay, now we're ready for the motion. So I'll ask that, I think Councillor Devine, you have this motion, please. Place it on the floor, read it in its entirety. Councillor Devine.
Item 6, recommendation report, zoning bylaw amendment, 26 Burgie Street, David Kales. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation, the report 20-167 bracket CD be received, and that Cambridge approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject property from R4 single detached residential to R4S period 4 period 1 period 389 with site specific provisions to permit the existing duplex dwelling and conversion of the existing accessory structure for use as an accessory apartment. Further, that the bylaw attached to report 27-167 bracket CD be passed. And I'd like to speak on it, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
This is we have been looking in our community for a long time for additional accommodation that's reasonable. This is an old building that was fixed up, and there's it's done a super job on it. And this building is not new, but this gentleman has fixed this up, and I tell you, it's immaculate inside. So I recommend it. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Are there any other questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, we'll move ahead and ask if council has any comments. Any comments at this time? And seeing none, I think we're ready for the vote. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So our next item is item 8, and this is considerations for timing of Galt Core Heritage Conservation District Study and East Galt Heritage Conservation District Study. And we will start with Hardy Bromberg, who's with us and who will be providing council with an overview of this report. Thank you, Mr. Bromberg. Where are you on my screen? Yep, there. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and to council. I just wanted to highlight the essentials around the ask, which was what would staff need to do to prepare currently both the Galt Heights study as well as 2 of the heritage studies. So essentially, it would entail the additional hiring of a heritage expert at a cost of $52,000. That would be covered through our Capital Works Reserve Fund. And then through that, the timing of the Galt Heights study would be delayed. We would be looking at completing those items in 2021. So that would be, I think it would be closer to the fall of 2021 when those items would be complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one moment. Thank you for your remark. Thank you. Some technical difficulties. Just ahead of hands up, I see there, we do have a delegation on this matter. So I'm going to ask you to remove your hands, members of council, at this moment. And our next delegate who's registered to speak to this item is Karen Scott Booth. So I ask for your patience while we make the arrangements for the delegate to join the meeting. Once the delegate joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to the item. As everyone is aware, at this time, our rules do not permit in-person delegations, but will permit electronic submissions received in advance of the meeting. As well, delegates may call into our meetings to speak to the items. So we're just attempting to contact the delegate and have them access our meeting, and then we'll invite them in to speak. Karen, have we got you on the line? It's Catherine McGarry.
Yes, hi.
Good, thanks. Just one moment while we get you into the meeting here.
Okay, long day.
Yeah, actually, we did 6 statutory public meetings today under the Planning Act, so we're very happy with that.
Okay,
anyway,
good.
just hold on, and I will just introduce you. We've got Karen Scott Booth on the line, so a reminder, Karen, that you've got 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that your remarks are respectful, that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes are up, at which time council may have some questions for you, and I'll certainly guide you through that process. So welcome, you now have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Mayor McGarry, members of council, staff, and members of the community. On behalf of the Board of Directors and members of ACO Cambridge and North Dumfries, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to continue to express the position of ACO regarding the report before you today. I'm assuming this report has just been read. I haven't seen the meeting. So there is no dispute that the Galt Core and East Galt Heritage Conservation District studies are important undertakings to secure the best of our past for the future and benefit of our community. The Galt Core is part of the most significant area, as it could be the most negatively affected by the Galt Core area urban design height guidelines. And yes, the Galt Core and East Galt HCD studies have costs, but these costs are insignificant compared to the cost of the damage that could be done by ill-advised development, hollowing out the hearts of the heritage cores. And as the report before you notes, there is funding to proceed with these studies in 2020. The HCD studies may extend the schedule, and development proposals are still being received by the city, but the existing official plan, zoning bylaws, planning department framework, Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, and Committee of Adjustment are all in place to ensure that development proposals honor the existing protections for the Galt Core. And they can also serve until such time as a consolidated framework has been carefully and thoughtfully developed by all parties and implemented. As you know, much of the preliminary work for the Galt Core HCD has already taken place, including defining the study area boundaries, the initial public consultation, the determination that there is sufficient significant cultural heritage, and sufficient public support to proceed. At the July 7th, 2020 special council meeting, you, the council, directed that city staff provide a report in regards to the feasibility of completing the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District study concurrently with the Galt Core Area Urban Design Height Guidelines. You asked for a report about the Galt Core HCD and height guidelines studies being run at the same time. Is that feasible? And what the city staff provided doesn't appear to be what council requested. Rather, the staff report seems to propose running the Galt Core study concurrently with the height guidelines as council directed, but it also adds in the East Galt HCD study. If council wishes to proceed with the Galt Core HCD study in 2020, as outlined in your original request for a staff report, ACO strongly support that request. We agree that a consolidated Galt Core HCD height guideline, East Galt HCD, growth and intensification study, and citywide zoning bylaw update would also provide a coordinated planning framework that is most desirable. But it is essential to first determine what is important to protect, and that is the Galt Core. And only then to update the official plan and zoning bylaws to protect what you have already established to be worthy of your protection. The Galt Core Heritage District Conservation Study, together with the Galt Core Height Guidelines, would provide that important holistic vision, especially with respect to not only height, but urban design, including building form, density, streetscape, views, and vistas. These will provide important guidelines to ensure that new development integrates well within the surrounding neighborhoods and character areas. In the interim, and until those guidelines have been developed and are adopted, the current official plan includes bylaws with reasonable and realistic maximum heights allowable throughout the Galt core. There should be no delays, as these existing bylaws continue to be the current and effective guidelines for any new development applications. Thanking you once again for your time and careful consideration of the report before you today.
Thank you, Karen. I'm going to ask if there's any questions from members of council for our delegation at this moment. Are there any questions of our delegation from members of council? Seeing none, I thank you for your delegation today. And you are certainly, oh, I'm sorry. I do see one from Councillor Wolf. Are you? Yeah, she's got her hand up. That's why I hesitate. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. Karen, from what did I gather from what you said that you don't think it's as important to do the East Galt heritage study at this point? If you can do the other ones.
So our position at this time would be that if doing all of these studies concurrently is problematic because of staff, not because of cost, because we know the costs are available, but if staffing and expert consultants, we would suggest going ahead with the Galt core because that is the area that is going to be most affected by the guidelines for height.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from our delegation, I wanted to thank you again, Karen, for delegating and meeting with us today. The meeting is continuing to be live streamed, so you're welcome to watch the remainder of this item as well as the rest of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move forward. Just let me grab my place here. Thank you. Before we move to questions for staff, I'll ask Councillor Wolf to place the motion on the floor. I do have two hands up. Were you wanting to speak before we place the motion on the floor? Councillor Adshade and Councillor Mann? Councillor Adshade? You're on mute.
Thank you, Your Worship. This would be for Hardy. Hardy, did you say that if it was concurrent, it would be the fall 2021 for the Galt height guidelines to be completed? Is that right?
So through the chair to Councillor Adshade, we expect that the report, if everything goes well, particularly in terms of the consultation, that we would be finished with the actual report by the end of May. By the time we craft the report and get it to council, and depending on whether we have a meeting in August, it would come to council then in September.
Oh, okay. Okay. Would there be any difference, Hardy, if it wasn't concurrent? Would it be the same timeline or?
So if we were just to do the Galt height study, we would have that finished, anticipated coming to council in January of 2021. And then we would start with the heritage studies.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mann, did you want to speak before we put the motion on the floor? Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will because it relates to what Councillor Adshade has asked. So Mr. Bromberg, if we do the heritage and the height studies together, that could delay it to next August. And because of the development applications that are being proposed, that could create a delay for some of those planning initiatives, and they could go to LPAD in the meantime. Is that correct?
So through the chair, we still have to take in all the planning applications as they come in, and we need to have them addressed. Once we go through the public consultation, planning staff would make a recommendation that would come to council, and then council would need to make a decision. Depending on what that decision is, the applicant or anyone could appeal, which may take it to the LPAT. So I'm not sure if that's answering your question or.
Through the chair, I think it is. I think what I'm saying is, or what I'm hearing and what I read in the report is, if we do them together, it pushes it out so far that there is opportunity for developers to appeal decisions or decisions that haven't been made yet to LPAT and have something developed that we wouldn't have any say over.
I'll have Deanne Fries, our manager of development planning. She can respond to that.
Sorry,
Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify that it won't necessarily change the number of appeals we get. We still have to process development applications as they come in, regardless of whether or not we have this guidance in that we're hoping the GALT height guidelines will give us. So either way, we still have to process development applications with the framework that we have in place now. The guidelines will provide more direction for the development and provide protection for views, corridors, provide guidance on step backs, impacts on adjacent buildings, things like that. So it doesn't change the number of appeals. It just, we're just saying we still have to process them as is. The GALT height guidelines would just give us another tool that we could use for processing applications and making a clearer development environment for developers.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So to do the height review alone and have it done in early 2021 is to the city's advantage.
In my opinion, yes. The faster we can get those guidelines in place, the clearer direction we can give to developers, and the more control we have over the type of development that we receive.
Thanks, Deanne. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple more hands up at the moment before we put the motion on the floor. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Wolf. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Yes, a question to staff. As I read the report, there were 3 important studies that seem to be most efficient to be done together, and that's the GALT height guidelines and the growth and intensification study and the citywide zoning bylaw update. So it seemed to me that what you were saying as staff, that these 3 going together was more important than having concurrent with heritage. Would I be correct in that?
I can speak to that. So yes, those 3 studies, we do want them to go forward together. They are all scheduled right now to be worked on in 2020. The idea was that the GALT height guidelines would create a framework that would help protect heritage. And then later, after the GALT height guidelines were done, we would proceed with the heritage studies, which would designate individual properties, more individual properties to be protected.
Second question.
Go ahead.
The GALT core heritage study, as I read it, doesn't take in all of the GALT core. It only takes in a certain portion of the GALT core. Would I be correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
I also have a question after Councillor Wolf.
Yes, it'll be Councillor Wolf and then Councillor Liggett and then the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. If we remove the East Galt Heritage Conservation Study to a later date and just did the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District, which is much more ready to go, would that help with the timing, with the doing it concurrent with the height guidelines?
Through you, Madam Chair, and Hardy can probably also weigh in on this. The cost of the study could be delayed to 2021, so that 100,000 for this cost of the study. My thoughts are initially, and I would expect that Hardy could comment on this, and we may have to take that back, but we would still need a staff person internally from a 6-month contract to manage either study. So whether we did them both or we did just one, I'm not sure if that would reduce the other amount for the additional staff person, because it's just based on a salary. I'm not sure if Hardy has other additional comments that he could give on that.
But in terms of time, since the Galt Heritage Study is further along?
Yeah, these studies do take time. They will require public consultation in order to designate additional properties. So I would anticipate that the timing would not change a lot, but I can't really answer that without really looking at it and figuring out exactly what kind of timelines we could have to do just the Galt Heritage Conservation Study. So sorry, I can't give you a clearer answer for that.
Thank you. And I know Mr. Bromberg wants to step in. So Mr. Bromberg, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So just in addition to Deanne's comments around timing, a lot of the timing is based on the public input and the consultation. So that's the challenge that we would have. So doing one study or two studies, we're still doing the timing around our public information. So it would still be the end of May that we would have the project complete.
Okay, Councillor Wolf, your hand is still up. Are you completed with your questions? Sorry, you're muted.
I just had one more question, which is, does the Dixon Hill Heritage District go right to the river? Does it sort of meet then the Galt Heritage Study? I'm concerned because I want to make sure that the cenotaph and the two churches are part of the Heritage District.
Deanne, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map for the Galt Heritage Conservation District on attachment 2. Does that answer what you're thinking?
Well, I know it doesn't include the Queen Square or
right, and the Dixon Hill. See the purple line, the Dixon Hill HCD is identified on there. Do you see that on the attachment 2?
No, I'll find it now. Thank you.
So it does include the cenotaph and the churches.
Okay.
And I think just public spaces for Dixon Hill. Okay, Councillor Liggett, go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So even if we did the heritage study concurrently with the other 3 studies, it doesn't take away any timing from those. This is something that's in addition to. So we've already determined that the money is there, the opportunity for staffing is here. And have we not already started the study for the Galt 4? I thought we had already done some of the preliminary work.
Yes.
And my part of that question also has to do with, I don't know that it was Councillor Wolf's question was responded to as to whether we remove the East Galt out of it and just did the Galt core. Does that take us into the fall, or does that bring us closer to the timeline?
Go ahead, Deanne.
Through you, Madam Chair. So just to reiterate what Hardy Bromberg had said before. So the biggest issue with the timing is the public consultation. So we don't think that would shorten the timeline if we just did the Galt Core HCD and not the East Galt.
Okay, so sorry, Madam Chair, through you, we already have height guidelines for the downtown core. So they would be still applicable. So even if there is a delay with that coming forward, though if anybody was applying for development, those guidelines for heights alone would still be applicable, would they not? Anything we've done so far in the city as far as policies and plans still apply.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So
Go
we
ahead.
do have height restrictions in the zoning bylaw right now on a schedule to the zoning bylaw. We do not have guidelines for the heights, and this would the GALT height guidelines would provide guidelines for step backs, for impact to adjacent buildings, things like that, views, corridors. Right now, what we have is just heights that are permitted in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so if I could just comment to Deanne, and maybe she can sort of allay my fear. I have all these fears all the time, but because I just find that sometimes I don't dive deep enough into some of these reports that come to us. So Deanne, one of my concerns was when I was in on those meetings with the consultant to do with the height guidelines, I found that they didn't have enough, they didn't talk enough about the heritage parts of it. And I have a very big concern that that's going to be like second or third to the height implications of the height. And as a matter of fact, the consultants didn't even know that the Gulf 4 Conservation District Plan study was even in the works. So that's how distant the consultants seem to be to the heritage. So can you please reassure me that staff is going to really push the consultant with regards to the importance of the heritage when that report comes out?
Go ahead, Deanne.
Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, this could definitely be part of the discussion. Also, there were several councillors that were identified to be part of that steering committee for the guidelines. And I think Councillor Liggett, you were one of them, as well as Councillor Wolf, Adshade, and Reed. So I think that there's still opportunity to bring up your concerns. And right now, we don't even have the draft guidelines yet, but they will have to go out to the public, and we'll get more input from the public and other stakeholders, including ACO Cambridge and MHAC.
Can I have a follow-up question, please, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, thank you. So then, if the public is really pushing for the changes to the consultant study to do with the heritage aspect of it, that's going to be considered a major part of it, because when I look at the draft report that came forward, it didn't seem that it did. There were comments being made in the report that came from staff that to me didn't seem, maybe I'm wrong, but to me did not seem to be a complete understanding or acknowledgement of what members of the public or it seemed to be so heavy on the side of the developer and not with what the public was looking for. And I really have concerns about that, because we have a very distinct downtown, and I fear a loss of what we have, and not just in the Gulf Corps, because when you look at Hessler and you look at Preston, we have some wonderful downtown buildings, and the culture of our downtowns are so distinct and so different. All three of them are very valuable, and I just have such grave concerns that we're going to lose that, and it's going to be too late.
Deanne, did you want to say something? Go ahead, Deanne.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure if that was a question, but yes, absolutely, we agree. The heritage is very important. It will be an important element of the GALT height guidelines. Also, there has to be some balance with development as well, intensification, density. So there's a lot of different items that we need to consider in all of these planning studies for this area. So yeah, I understand your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've got some comments myself. I'll take chair's privilege. And Deanne, I was quite interested in this study as well. And from what you've said, and you know, this really follows up on Councillor Men's and others' comments and questions, I do understand that through the comments that you've made, that we have an outdated height guideline right now. And what you're thinking is that the city is more at risk at unfriendly development if we don't get the current work completed, which is the Galt Core height guidelines, as well as the other growth and intensification study and growth management strategy. So if I hear you correctly, you're more concerned right now that we're at risk of unfriendly development because the Galt Core height guidelines has not been updated in order to reflect some of the newer pieces that would be in it, which is setback, shadow studies, view sheds, corridor views. Is that correct? In your view?
Yes, yeah, I think that we're going to be seeing a lot more development in the Galt Core. We need to factor in the densities, the heights that are required for the light rail transit stations that will be coming to the core. There's a lot more development pressure with it being our urban growth center. And right now we need some structure in place for the development industry and also to be able to control the type of development that gets built in the core area. So in my opinion, the sooner that we can get some of these controls in place will provide more clarity and will provide some control for really good types of development.
Thank you. And that sort of goes along, I think, with the comments that you've made in page 197, which is the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District Plan and the East Galt Heritage Study will implement the recommendations of the Heritage Master Plan to increase the inventory of cultural heritage resources, which we've all been working towards. But this must be then that clarifying statement you just made that it has been noted by city staff that these studies will not have an effect on the Galt Core height guidelines, as heights are already permitted in the city's zoning bylaw without any guidelines for how development of core area sites can fit well in the area. So just to clarify then, with the updated Galt Core height study guideline that you were anticipating would be completed with the other two studies at the beginning of 2021. That would actually accomplish what we're all looking for, which is protecting those view sheds and those corridors and making sure that it fits in well with our existing heritage building stock. Am I correct in that?
Yes, it's existing heritage building and existing other buildings as well, providing compatible development that fits well in the core and that's in the right location.
Okay, and last question, if I may, and that is really hearkening back to why both heritage conservation districts, the Galt Core and the East Galt studies, are important to bring forward together. And does it have to do with some of the boundaries of where those proposed heritage conservation district studies would be made so that they would both overlap with what the other three studies are doing?
So they don't necessarily have to, those two studies don't have to come forward together. All I'm saying is that I don't think that we'd save time by doing only one of the studies and not the other, because both of them I think are going to take time through public consultation to identify those heritage buildings, and we need that staff support for those studies. So yeah, I don't think that they necessarily have to be done together. It would be helpful to do heritage consultation all at once. It just wouldn't save time by doing one rather than the other.
Okay, thank you. And I do note that, yes, the money that's being identified here, and I might just confirm with Mr. Bromberg, would come from reserve funds, would they not? And that is a concern along with staff resources in this time where we still have a cost containment plan and economic fallout from the pandemic. We still do not have a lot of detail yet on how much money municipalities may be in line from some of the programs from the federal and provincial governments in operations of the costs that we've had to accrue from lack of revenue and cleaning facilities after the COVID pandemic. So is that where the money would come from? Just confirming, Mr. Bromberg?
Yep, that's correct, Mayor McGarry. It would come from our Capital Works Reserve Fund. Certainly, if we don't need to spend that money, that's $52,000 that is in the reserve fund.
Yes, and that's certainly been a concern. Okay, I think I've got my questions answered now. I think we're ready to put the motion on the floor. And I think Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please place it on the floor?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation that report 20-191 CD considerations for timing of Galt Heritage Conservation District study be received as information.
Thank you. So now we can put further questions to staff on the floor. Wow, that the motion's there. Are there further questions from staff around this issue? Councillor Reid and then Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
I just want to be clear, if we are accepting this motion for information, then it does not mean that we would do them concurrently. Is that what this motion means?
Yeah, I'm going to have Deanne weigh into
Through
that.
you,
Deanne.
Madam Chair. Right now, this information is just provided as information, and that's how the wording in the recommendation is. Further down in the report, there is alternative wording if council wants to proceed with the funding for those 2 extra projects, the staffing and doing all projects concurrently with the delayed timing. So the recommendation as in the report is just for information. If you would want to proceed with the 3 studies, there's alternative wording in the report.
So to be clear, then we would go ahead with the Galt height guidelines without doing the concurrently with any of the heritage studies, if we accept this as information.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we would proceed as is, and then the other 2 studies would be scheduled for 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, and then Councillor Mann. Councillor Wolf now.
Through you, Madam Mayor. If we take the word out of concurrently out, and we started those Galt, we could start those Galt heritage studies now. And if the Galt urban design height guidelines is finished before those, that would be okay. But we would at least start those heritage plan, studies sort of immediately, so that, they would be finished sooner than later. Like if we wait till 2021, they're going to be 2020. Yes.
Councillor Wolf, I'm just asking you to speak to the motion that's on the floor at the moment. I know you're asking for some clarification.
Yes, the clarification is, well, right now the motion is, do we provide funding for the Galt heritage study?
No, it's actually not there. Just,
Madam Chair, I think
just one moment. Councillor Liggett,
amendment.
Councillor Liggett, would you just wait for a moment until I recognize you? Thank you. So Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Point of order. I believe that Councillor Wolf is asking for an amendment to the original motion. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I think she's looking to put the Galt for Heritage Conservation District Study project forward at the same time. Maybe she could tell us if that's correct.
Councillor Liggett, I will have Councillor Wolf clarify, and then I'm likely going to ask for staff to clarify the motion that we're speaking to for now, as I understand it is on the floor. Councillor Wolf.
I guess what I'm asking is, concurrently means to me that they all start and finish at the same time. And what I can understand is that the heritage studies are going to take longer than the height guideline study. So what I'm suggesting is that we do hire the extra person and that we do start the heritage studies now, but the Galt height guidelines may finish before the heritage studies, so that we're doing everything as soon as possible rather than waiting till 2021 to do the heritage studies and doing the guidelines now.
Councillor Wolf, I'm just going to ask for some more clarification. Just one moment, please. Councillor Wolf, staff has brought forward and done a lot of work to get the motions and the recommendations in front of us. So they've given us the main motion and they've given an alternative motion. Are you now recommending that we go to a second alternative motion that requires a great deal of staff time and effort in order to come back with something like that? So that's what I'm asking. We have the motion on the floor, an alternative motion, but I need to clarify before we move ahead if you're now recommending a second alternate motion ahead of speaking with staff, because I think they need to address that.
I guess I'm, okay, so right now the motion is just for information, right? That's all it says. So
that is the main motion, and the alternate motion is listed in your package, and staff have worked a long time to bring this forward.
Can you, the second alternative, can they tell me the page? Where
No, this, what you're suggesting, the alternate motion that does not appear on the floor right now is on page 57, sorry, in the agenda on page 202. And that's been part of, on page 202 of your agenda. I'm going to go to other, I'm going to go to others. Please mute yourself and I'll ask Councillor Mann for it next. Oh, sorry, just one second. I'm going to our city manager, David Calder. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Through you to council, just to clarify, the motion that's currently on the floor is to receive the report for information. If you pass that motion, that means staff will continue with the Gulf Core Area Urban Design Height Guidelines as per the budget, the current budget, and the business plan. If you want to do more than that, then you would have to put the alternative motion on the floor, which provides for additional staffing, additional funding, and doing the additional reports concurrently with the height guidelines. So right now, as I said, you're just receiving the report, which means staff would carry on with the height guidelines and do nothing more at this point.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm going to go to other comments in the meantime. Councillor Mann and then Councillor Devine. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And first, I would think that we have to vote on the motion that's already on the floor before we do anything else. And to be quite honest, I'm quite satisfied with the motion that's on the floor that staff have recommended. The Heights report will include wording to protect the significant views and heritage within the core area. And will maintain that heritage. And more than that, I'm quite happy that we have Councillor Wolf and Councillor Liggett on that committee because of their involvement and commitment to heritage within the downtown core. So I feel very confident that this is the right way to go based on what staff have recommended, and with Councillor Liggett and the Councillor Wolf being on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move forward to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I mean, I'm fine with the current motion for information, but if you look at page 202, I think that's what we asked for on page 202 on the meeting on the 7th of July. I'm pretty sure that's what we asked for to be done concurrently.
We did ask for the feasibility of what would happen, which is why this is in front of us today.
Correct. So that's what we asked for is on page, the motion on page 202. But I can live either way. Yeah, we've got good counselors going to be on the committee.
Thank you. And I will also provide comment that I'm happy with the motion that's on the floor right now, because I do understand that we may potentially be more at risk at unfriendly development if we delay the main Galt core height guidelines, as heights are already permitted in the zoning bylaw. And I believe fully that we are under some development pressure at the time being, and that we should move ahead with this study and to then have a work plan to complete the Galt core and East Galt study in 2021. And that I do believe that when design comes back to us, that there's enough of us on our council that we will be able to weigh in on heritage matters with any development coming forward. That's just my comment there. I'll leave a couple of comments there and see if there's any further comments at the moment to the motion on the floor.
Madam Chair.
Yep, Councillor Liggett, if you've got some comment, you may come in now. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, concurrently doesn't necessarily mean they have to end at the same time. It just means that simultaneously. I think that we could do the motion that's on page 202 without putting anything else in jeopardy. And as I've said, I'm okay with taking the East Galt Heritage Conservation District out of it, so that if there's a concern about costing, then that should alleviate some of that fear. But I think we should amend that motion so that, and I'd like to put that amendment on the floor if it's accepted, to that the Galt for Heritage Conservation District study plan be done concurrently or simultaneously, however it wants to be worded, as the Galt height guidelines. And if Councillor Wolf would second that amendment.
Sorry, we're not able to put an amendment on the floor right now. We already have a main motion on the floor, and we need some further comment.
Point of order, I thought that we went through this already, that an amendment to a motion must be heard before the main motion.
Councillor Liggett, will you just hold off for a minute, please? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Councillor Liggett, I'm going to rule the point of order out of order simply because we only have a motion on the floor to receive as information. So we are going to move forward to vote on the motion that's on the floor. And if there is a mover and seconder to bring the alternative motion forward, we'll do so at that time. So I have a couple more people with hands up, Councillor Wolf, Councillor to read, and this is speaking to the main motion at the moment, which we're going to call for the vote with shortly. Councillor Wolf, did you want to speak to the main motion on the floor?
No, I was going to second the amendment.
Thank you. And you can't amend what's on the floor at the moment. Councillor Reid, you had another comment?
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I'm very much in favor of the motion that is on the floor. It allows us to move ahead with the guidelines, and it protects the core, which I think all of us want to do. And I'm very much in support of it, that we accept that this motion, that we receive this for information.
Thank you. And with no further comments, we're now going to vote on the main motion as it is received. I'm going to read it again. Recommendation that report 20-191 bracketed CD considerations for timing of Galt Core Heritage Conservation District study be received as information. And I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that fails on a tie vote.
Thank you. Now, we have been discussing the alternate motion, which is written in page 202 of your agenda package. Is there somebody that wants to bring that forward and put that motion on the floor? Is there a mover? Councillor Wolf, are you moving that?
I would move it, but take out the East Galt.
No, we're going to move it first so that we can put it on the floor before it starts amending.
Okay.
Okay.
I will move
so
it.
You're moving as written in your package, the alternative motion.
Yes.
And I will second that,
Okay.
Mayor McGarry.
Sorry, who's just a moment. So I recognize you. As I'm saying, your name does not appear on the screen. So Councillor Liggett, are you seconding the motion?
I am.
Thank you.
Mayor McGarry.
Just a moment. Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Thank you. Councillor Wolf, the reason that I ruled in that order was that you didn't have a seconder before the motion was placed on the table. So I'm going to go back to you and you're muted in order to put some comments now, but I'm trying to rule procedurally.
Right.
And you had tried to amend it before it had a seconder, so it was technically and procedurally not on the floor. Now you may speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I like the motion as written, but I would take out the East Vault Heritage Conservation District study to be done in 2020, and which is a cost of $100,000 and would obviously take more time. So other than that, I would leave the motion as written. And I think I have a seconder for that.
Yes, I second that amendment. Councillor Liggett here.
Just a moment, please. I'm trying to see through a screen that's covered in icons at the moment. Just give me a moment, please. I am going to go to Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade. You're muted. Can you please unmute? Thank you.
I thought, thank you, Your Worship. I thought the vote was 5-3 in favor of the motion. I didn't think it was a tie vote. I thought it was 5-3 in favor.
I'll confer with the clerk.
Okay.
I will rule on that in just a moment. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Reid, myself, Councillor Mann, Councillor Devine, and Mayor McGarry. That's 5.
I'm going to have the clerk read out the record. Madam Clerk.
Devine voted against it.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you voted for it.
Yes, I did.
Councillors, instead of this back and forth, please, I've asked the clerks to read out the previous motion for the main motion. And I will now
In
I will
favor,
go to Madam Clerk.
through you, Madam Chair. In favor was Councillor Adshade, Councillor Mann, Councillor Reid, and Mayor McGarry. Opposed, Councillor Devine, Councillor Mehta, Councillor Liggett, Councillor Wolf.
Sorry, okay, sorry about that. Sorry. I thought
Councillor
voted yes, so, sorry. Okay, my fault. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Devine has left his camera. Did you hear that, Councillor Devine?
I'm sorry?
Did you hear the results of what the clerk just read out?
I know what the results were, 4-4.
Thank you. You left your screen while I was trying to provide procedural advice. I just wanted to make sure that you heard that.
I heard it.
Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, might I ask you to read out the amended motion, please?
Yes. The council receives report 20-191 CD, and that council directs city staff to commence the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District Study Capital Project in 2020 and conduct it concurrently with the Galt Core Area Urban Design Height Guidelines, Growth and Intensification Study, and Citywide Zoning Bylaw to prepare an updated coordinated planning framework for the Galt Core area, and that the best case timing for the heritage study set out in report 20-191 CD be used to guide the timing of the work on these heritage studies, and that a temporary senior planner heritage be hired to coordinate the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District study with the consultants, and that the Galt Core Heritage Conservation District capital project and the hiring of the temporary senior planner heritage be funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund in the amount of $152,000, and I took $100,000 off for the East Vault study.
Good math skills at this time of night. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now speaking to the amended motion or the amendment that's on the floor. Councillor Reid.
Well, don't hate me, but I'm going to complicate things. I want to make an amendment to the amendment, if I may. And I would like to make an amendment by deletion. And I would like to delete the part that says that conduct them concurrently with the Gulf Core Area Urban Design Height Guidelines, Growth and Intensification Study, and Citywide Zoning Bylaw.
Why?
So all I'm doing is adding more to the amendment that Councillor Wolf put forward, and I'm taking more away, more by deletion.
I'm going to have the clerk weigh in on this. We haven't actually discussed the amendment at the moment, so
Okay.
it's hard to it is hard to amend an amendment that hasn't got a vote on it just yet. So I'm going to
Well, if
confer
you
with
vote
the
for the
clerk.
amendment, then I can't do the amendment to the amendment. It has to come first.
And I'm going to ask that council sit patiently through this period here. I'm just going to ask, I'm going to confer with the clerk.
Good, thank you.
If I may just clarify, Councillor Reid, through the chair. So you want to withdraw that piece, is that correct?
Yes, delete that. I don't want it concurrently.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back and we've conferred here, and Councillor Reid, or you will need a seconder for that amendment to the main motion that's on the floor.
Okay, I'm looking for a seconder.
I do have a couple of, got your hands up and Councillor Devine. So I'm just going to ask for actually your physical raised hand if you are going to second Councillor Reid's amendment, proposed amendment. And I don't see a seconder coming forward, so that fails. And we'll go back to comments on the main motion. Councillor Reid, did you want to make comment before Councillor Devine on the main motion?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I hesitate to support this main motion as it stands now, because I'm afraid it will interfere with the guidelines. And what I was attempting to do is to, I fully support the fact that we go ahead and that we have the heritage done. I fully support that. However, if it's going to be concurrently and it's going to hold up the guidelines so we can't have those done, then I can't support this motion. That's what I was attempting to do, was to take the concurrent out so that I could feel really comfortable in supporting this, because I think that to go ahead with the Galt Corps Heritage Study is a good thing, and we should be doing it. I just don't want it concurrent. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to vote against it, because I'm afraid it's going to hold up the Galt height guidelines, and we won't get them by January. We'll have to wait until the fall of 2021. And I just can't support that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I might just ask for clarification from staff. As I understand it, Councillor Reid, the Galt Corps Heritage Conservation District study will go ahead in 2021. Mr. Bromberg, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's scheduled in our capital works project.
Thank you. I have Councillor Devine, then Councillor Wolf. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Thank you, to the chair. I think it's important both these pieces get done very closely to one another. And to say concurrent, I mean, that's just a word. It's a matter of getting them close to one another, because they're companion pieces. One will not be good without the other. They both need to be there. We're talking about height guidelines, we're talking about heritage, and there's two separate things, but yet in our core, they are the same. So, I mean, I support this motion. This is the same thing that we as a council asked for on July 7th. It's the exact same thing that we asked for, no different. So I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor. To me, concurrent means they start at the same time. They don't have to finish at the same time. So why I wouldn't support the motion is it almost sounded like we wouldn't be doing any of the studies. And the motion does say that the heritage, all of these studies will be starting in 2020, not in 2021. And we are hiring in that motion extra staff so that the work will get done. And so I don't think we are, by passing this motion as it reads, that we will be holding up the Galt height guidelines. They'll be done, as well as the heritage study, as well as those other growth intensification study. All those things will be happening in 2020, as opposed to waiting to 2021 for the heritage plan. That's what the motion says. Anyway.
If I may,
Yes.
Councillor Wolf, I'm going to ask Mr. Bromberg to weigh in. From my understanding at the moment, that the concurrent studies will hold up the Galt Corps heritage height guidelines until close to the end of next year, because of the time it takes to do the setup and the start of the Galt Corps Heritage Conservation District and the East Galt Heritage Conservation District. I see Ms. Fries is back here as well. Which one would like to just clarify that? Because according to this motion,
we took out the East
I don't
Galt.
understand. Okay, sorry, that's all right. So if I may, could I have staff clarify that the motion on the floor, I need to clarify the timing of the Galt core height guidelines. I understood from our previous conversation on this item that the studies concurrently underway right now will be held up till the end of 2021 if we do a concurrent Galt Core Heritage Conservation District study at the same time. Could I please have some clarification about that? Go ahead, Ms. Fries.
So I guess I'm a little confused on exactly what's to happen, because I thought that our original direction from council was to look at completing them all at the same time. So they would be done concurrently. So if we were to proceed with the zoning bylaw review, the Galt height guidelines and the growth and intensification, and also just start the other heritage study, then I suppose that the heritage study would still take that full amount of time, but the others could move ahead faster. I'm just not sure if that's what you're trying to accomplish, is that we start the other, or we continue with the other three as is, and then we also add to the work plan the Galt Heritage District study.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking that maybe the wording of the motion isn't quite clear in what you're directing staff to do. That's all.
I don't think I'm any more clear myself.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Liggett, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
I do. I'm just thinking that the word concurrently seems to be confusing a lot of people, and the definition of concurrently does not necessarily mean things have to end at the same time. It can also mean that they operate simultaneously to each other. So.
Ms. Fries, would you please weigh in there? Yep, I see your hand. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, if that's the interpretation of council and that's what you want to put into the motion, that we continue with the 3 studies that were already scheduled in 2020 as is, and they don't have to be completed at the same time as the heritage studies, then that's fine. We can continue that way. I guess we just need some clarification on what the intent of council is. So whether that they do need to be done at the same time and completed all together, or whether the 3 studies can go in advance, and then we also start the Galt Heritage HCD in 2020.
That's what I want.
Just 1 minute, please. Councillor Wolf, can you mute there? Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. I think that we'll move ahead with some more comments about the motion that's on the floor. I have 3 hands up at the moment: Councillor Devine, Councillor Wolf, Councillor Reid. Is that correct? And I will move forward with Councillor Devine first. Councillor Devine.
Councillor Devine just lowered his hand. I think that was an old one. Thank you.
Thank you. Adds to the chair's confusion. I may have said that more than once. Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that what Deanne's just said, that the 3 studies could go ahead, as well as the heritage study, and the heritage study could take longer if necessary, but we would all start at the beginning at the same time. So as Councillor Leggett said, simultaneously, if that's a better word, but that's the intent of the motion. And I moved it and Councillor Leggett seconded it. So that was our intention.
Thank you. That does help clarify. Just a moment. Thank you for that clarification. I have Councillor Reid's hand up as well. Councillor Reid?
Thank you. I need some clarification too. I'm really concerned about the Galt height guidelines not being held up, and I don't have an assurance yet in my mind that it won't be, because if they're going to start at the same time, I think that Mr. Bromberg told us that we couldn't do the Galt Corps conservation immediately. It would take time in order to hire somebody. It would take time in order to begin that. And if that means that we have to hold up the Galt height guidelines until we've hired somebody and they all can start at the same time, then I would have to be opposed to it. But if we don't mean that, if we mean that, okay, we're going to go ahead with the Galt height guidelines, and then we're going to do whatever it is we need to do to start the conservation heritage thing. And if it starts later and ends later, we don't care. I just need clarification on that so I know what way I'm going to vote.
I'm going to have our city manager, David Calder, make a few comments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Through you to council, I think Ms. Freeze did indicate our interpretation of the motion that's currently on the floor. We will continue to work on the Galt height study. We will then activate the other studies as well if this motion's approved. They may not come, dovetail together, but we'll do our best to bring them forward as a package. If we can't do that, even if one comes forward, council always has the opportunity to pause and wait for the next one to come. But I think what you heard from Ms. Freeze is we'll continue to do our work on the height study, which in honesty has already started. And then we'll try and dovetail these other ones into that. So I think if you pass this motion as Councillor Wolf and Leggett have put on the floor, we understand what you're trying to do and we'll get to work.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Reid. Does that help? And it does have the financial implications as well as described. Councillor Reid? Sorry, can you unmute yourself? I just want to hear from you.
Yes, no, that clarifies it a great deal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions from council at the moment? Make sure everybody's clear. Seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. All right, so I will ask, just giving a last moment. All right, Madam Clerk, will you call for the vote?
On the alternative motion, Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Reid, would you mute your microphone there? Thank you. Thank you. Our next item is item number 10, T20 to 50 Intermarket Road Construction. Before we move to questions for staff, I'll ask Councillor Reid to place the motion on the floor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade, that report number 20-189 CRS Intermarket Road Construction be received, and that council approve additional debenture funding as outlined in the financial impact section of this report. And further, that council approve the award of tender T20-50 Intermarket Road Construction to IN4 Structure Limited of Air for the total cost of $8,944,444.98, including HST, this being the lowest compliant bid received, as outlined in report 20-189 CRS.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff at this time from members of council? Are there any questions for members or for staff from members of council? Seeing none, I will now ask if council has any comments. Are there any comments to go forward here? And seeing none, I think I will just add my own and just say that I'm very satisfied that this project is going forward. I think it's going to be of assistance to us in the future for future development. So I'm pleased about this moving ahead. And seeing no further comments, I'll ask for Madam Clerk to now call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Okay, members of council, our next item is number 11, 2500 Kossuth Road, Butterflies Unlimited Corp. So I will ask that Councillor Reid now place the motion on the floor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Through you. The motion is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Devine. The recommendation that report 20-133 CRS re 2500 Kossuth Road Butterflies Unlimited Corporation be received for information.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, are there any comments from council members? And seeing none, I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry. Oh, you're on.
In favor.
Thank you. That carries.
Thank you. I'm just going to call for a 5-minute recess before we go to our next item, item number 12, just for a bio break.
So
Okay, I think we see everybody back again. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience. Our next item is item number 12, the operational financial update, the June forecast. So at this time, I'm going to ask Cheryl Ayers to make some introductory comments, and then I'll move forward from there to Councillor Mann as Chair of Budget and Audit. So Cheryl Ayers, welcome. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. The Operating Financial Forecast Report provides an update on the city's financial position as at June 30th. You will have noticed that the forecasted net deficit has increased from $500,000 that was reported at April 30th to the current projection of $1.9 million. The previous forecast was based on assumptions that were known at a point in time when the pandemic was still in its early stages, and the impact wasn't expected to last as long as it has, nor be as significant. The projections back in April assumed that by the end of June, programs and services would be running as planned for the summer, with sports fields being utilized, summer camps in full operation, pools and splash pads would be open, and we'd be reopening for the fall season our ice pads. Since the impact of the pandemic has been more far-reaching than anticipated, the projections have been updated with information known at this time. The greatest impact contributing towards the deficit is the loss of revenues in recreation programs. The June forecast assumes minimal revenue will be realized in July and August, 10% in September, and 25% in October to December. The overall revenue forecast is closely aligned with the other local municipalities in the region. Another significant factor contributing to the deficit is the waiving of penalties and interest on taxes. Council approved this financial relief as a measure to support residents and businesses for the months of April to June. These impacts, along with some additional items, have resulted in an overall forecasted loss in revenue of $6.1 million. Additional expenses have been incurred directly related to COVID to reopen facilities safely to the public and protect staff, such as installing protective barriers at counters, placing floor markings and signage in facilities, providing more frequent cleaning of public spaces, and acquiring technology to enable staff to continue to work from home and ensure continued service delivery. These revenue and expenditure impacts have been offset by savings of more than $5 million realized through the cost containment strategies that Council approved in April. Since municipalities are required to fund any deficit realized at year end through the following year's budget, the deficit of $1.9 million would result in a 2.05% tax levy increase in the 2021 budget. Staff will continue to be proactive in finding ways to reduce the impact in 2020 so that it doesn't become a financial burden to carry forward in 2021. In addition to the cost containment measures, the deficit could be reduced through a transfer from the city's rate stabilization reserve. The reserve currently has a balance of $4.3 million and has been established to provide a contingency for unforeseen events like we're experiencing now with COVID. It's also intended to stabilize tax rate fluctuations caused by one-time expenditures and provide funding to offset previous year's operating deficits or revenue shortfalls. The financial impacts we're currently experiencing due to the pandemic are the exact reasons why the city should ensure a rate stabilization reserve is in place and adequately funded. Also, on July 16th, the federal government announced the Safe Start Agreement, which will provide funding to provinces and territories to maintain critical services. The province of Ontario announced yesterday that $4 billion will be allocated through this agreement to transit systems and municipalities to deliver essential services. The city hasn't been provided information on how the funding will be allocated to municipalities, but more details are expected from the province in the coming weeks. The city does expect to receive funding, which will be used to offset the deficit and potentially to mitigate any further impacts that will continue into 2021. That provides a brief summary of the report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And just ahead of questions, I'm just going to ask Councillor Mann if he wanted to provide some remarks now as Chair of Budget and Audit Committee, or go straight to questions for Cheryl at this time. Councillor Mann, what was your preference there?
If there are questions, Your Worship, through you, if there are questions, maybe this is the appropriate time for them to be asked.
Okay, and then I'll get to you for comments as Chair of our Budget and Audit Committee.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move to questions now for Ms. Ayres. Councillor Reid, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is that supposing, as some people have suggested, that there's a second wave coming in the fall, and that would require more cost cutting and containments. Where do you see that could happen? Where could we make further cuts?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that if we were to make further cuts, we'd scale back on some of the initiatives we started moving forward, like we may have to close our facilities again, which would help to find savings again. We do have adequate funding and reserves, although not for a long-term basis, but if there were a second wave, I believe that we could find savings in our reserves to offset any financial burden. And also the funding that we're expecting from the province is expected to cover some of the financial implications that we may realize. Council may also recall that with the April forecast report that we provided, staff had put together a number of options for council to consider for further service level reductions. So we could go back to that list again, bring that forward to council for further consideration of service level impacts if needed.
Thank you. Are there further questions for Ms. Ayres?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Liggett, I recognize you. Please continue. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cheryl, so the report says the suspension of monthly parking fees for the months of April and May, but yet it says in the other thing, April, May, June. So I'm assuming that we did that in June as well. Have we gone back to charging for parking now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the city has not gone back to charging for parking. We were going to extend that to help with revitalization within the core areas and help spur economic development to return. So the parking fees have not been implemented yet.
Okay, thank you. I think we should go back to it because I see there's a lot of people downtown. So I don't think they'll stop going just because, they're charged for parking, and the staff is back already. So could I have a further question, Madam Chair?
Just one moment, Councillor Liggett. Ahead of that, Sarah Austin wants to jump in with a comment. Sarah, go ahead.
Certainly. So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Liggett, staff have identified that we are going to start charging again for parking starting around the Labor Day weekend, and they are preparing to start some notification processes to advise permit holders as well as those using the parking lots that that is the plan, so that they aren't caught unaware.
Okay, I'm fine with that. If you've already looked at doing that, that's okay. My next question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
We are back. We have all of our staff back, including temps and contracts, except for about, what, 40 people, I think you said, Mr. Bromberg, the other day. Is that correct? Just so we all know.
Hang on, I'll just have Mr. Bromberg address that. Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Liggett. Yeah, there is approximately a net loss of 45 students that we're at, and that includes the temporary and students that we would typically hire for the summer months to do our outside maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions to Ms. Ayers? I do have a couple as chair. I know that as part of the committees that I sit on across the province in representing our city as the one of the Ontario big city mayors, I understand that there's been a tremendous amount of advocacy put forward by all organizations representing municipalities to the federal and the provincial governments. In my weekly call with our area MPs on Saturday, they also felt that there were few details that were coming out yet from our provincial government. I know that I had a few moments to speak with the Premier myself when he was doing a tour for Frito-Lay PepsiCo a week ago Friday, and he promised to get some details put forward quickly. But we have heard a number of things which doesn't give me, I guess, great confidence that the lower tier municipalities that don't pay for transit authorities may not be getting too much of the money that's coming forward. So I know that it's our region transit authority that would probably have some more money going to it. So I just wanted to clarify with Ms. Ayers about what details she may have heard about, or when there may be some answers about how much the lower tier municipalities across Ontario may get out of this operational money. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. There was some correspondence that came out from AMO yesterday that gave a little more detail than what I've seen in any other correspondence. It explained that $4 billion will be going to municipalities. $2 billion of that will be going towards transit service, and another $2 billion towards all the other, it will be split amongst all the other municipalities. So we'll be getting a share of $2 billion. Typically the province allocates funding like that through population-based type formula. So I'm not sure at this point. They suggested that an announcement may be coming within the next week or two. So I'm hoping that we hear shortly what our share of that $2 billion may be.
Could I ask members of council to make sure that you're muted so that we can hear? Thank you. If you don't have a mute button on your phone, Councillor Liggett, you might try *6.
I'm gonna log out. I can't. If I mute it, it cuts me out of it completely. So I'm just gonna log out of the meeting. We're at the end anyway. So.
Well, we're not quite at the end, so.
Well, I can't. Well,
okay.
I'm just. That's what's gonna happen. I'm just warning in advance that it's gonna.
Okay, we'll try and hear. Ms. Ayers, were you completing your remarks then?
I think that was everything.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Ms. Ayers at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'll now ask the chair of our Budget and Audit Committee, Councillor Mann, to make some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And did you want me to read the motion first?
It's up to you. You may put the motion on the floor. I know you wanted to provide some comment, but if you'd like to read the motion and then provide comment, I'm okay with that too.
Thank you. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
So the operating financial update, the June forecast, and the recommendation that report 20-190 CRS, where the operating financial update June forecast be received, and that operating forecast changes for the June 2020 reporting period that are reportable to council under the budget control bylaw be approved, and that transfers to and from reserve and reserve funds as identified in report 20-19 CRS be approved. And that motion is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Reid. And speaking to the motion, knowing that this report was coming forward, I thought about the budget committee meetings that we had earlier this year and the approval of our 2020 budget of $124 million. Shortly thereafter, the government of Ontario declared a provincial emergency. And as a result of that evolving pandemic, and shortly after on March 25th, the city declared their own emergency. And as of today, we are still under that state of emergency. As a result of the provincial emergency declaration, the City of Cambridge closed municipal facilities and suspended all but essential services. Staff immediately initiated a cost containment program to reduce the impact on our budget and ultimately to the taxpayer. The cost containment program has been in effect since March. Now, as we see the province begin to slowly reopen under strict guidelines and public health directives, we have to keep in mind that our staff are again considering the budget costs, the impact of limited services, while ensuring the highest levels of safety and security for the public and staff be maintained. We had anticipated an impact of approximately $7.4 million of lost revenue and added expenses. This equates to approximately 13% tax increase. I know council will agree when I say that our staff have done an incredible job of finding savings and deferring costs to reduce the impact to just under $2 million, which will be covered by the rate stabilization fund, which still leaves us vulnerable and leaves that fund low. To say that I want to commend staff is an understatement. They immediately realized the impact of the emergency and recommended cost containment savings to reduce that impact. As the pandemic is ever changing, they too have continually reevaluated ways in which to lessen the hit to the public. We have lost some services and some of the nice to haves, but these are sacrifices that needed to be made. Our city staff have our backs. Together, we will weather this storm because of their continual monitoring of this situation and adapting to the ever-changing environment. Staff have always warned us about being prepared for the storm. And well, this is the storm, and now we need to ensure that we prepare for the next storm and replenish our rate stabilization fund. On behalf of yourself, Mayor McGarry, and council, and as chair of the Budget and Audit Committee, I want to thank our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, and her entire team who have worked together tirelessly with all staff to ensure these targets have been met. From a financial perspective, they have done everything possible to limit the impact of this emergency to our community. They are extraordinary staff working in extraordinary circumstances, doing the impossible. And I truly believe our staff have gone above and beyond to make this happen. A job well done. Thanks very much. Those are my comments.
Okay, members of council, try and top that. Okay, Councillor Reid, I see your hand up. Go ahead. And Councillor Mann, I just wanted to say absolutely heartfelt, and I concur. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Oh, well, I couldn't possibly top that. But as vice chair, I would like to echo, perhaps be a echo, if I could be, that we are so appreciative of staff and so appreciative of the work that you do and keeping us on track and helping us to find the best ways in which we can operate in this city. And it has been remarkable. And if I have anything that we worry about, and I know that Councillor Mann worries about it as well as I worry about it, that our rate stabilization fund needs to be replenished, and we're going to at some point in time have to deal with that, because I know it's there for a rainy day and I know it's raining, but we don't know that it's not going to start raining again, and we need to ensure that we have the resources to get through the bad times as they come. That's really the comments that I wanted to make, and thanks to Councillor Mann and for working with me. We I think make a good team.
Thank you. Oh, you got a hand clap out of that one too. I don't see any further questions for staff, but I do have one. Ms. Ayers, I know that we've been talking a lot about what details the provincial or federal monies may pay for in the future. So mine is more of a technical question at this particular time. If indeed the province comes forward or the federal programs come forward, that does help to pay for some of the operational issues that we've been trying to manage in the meantime, and we've already taken the money out of our rate stabilization fund, what sort of comes first before the chicken or the egg? Would we be then taking some money and replacing it in the reserve fund? Or would we be coming back to council and just readjusting the forecast because suddenly the pot of gold came in?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, we're suggesting that any deficit we realize at year end could be funded from the reserve fund. We haven't actually done that transfer yet. So if we were lucky enough to receive funding from the province this year, we would certainly use that to offset the deficit before we took money from our reserves. My intention though was once we receive notice from the province, I think it would be worthwhile following up with council with a report so that you're aware of how much funding we do receive and what the plan would be to recommend what we do with that funding and how we would use it this year, as well as I believe if there's enough available, we're going to need it to deal with impacts that we're going to feel in 2021 as well. I am concerned about the budget for 2021 and how we're going to continue to fund impacts to our service delivery and our programs that we offer. So we're working on a strategy for how to bring forward a budget that's realistic, as well as within council's guideline of an increase at the rate of inflation. So hopefully any funding that we receive from the province may be able to be used in 2021 as well, or our reserve fund. So I'd like to follow up with a report on a strategy for that.
Yeah, I think that would be certainly well received by this council, because there's still a lot of outstanding questions. And I did reiterate that message directly to the Premier and his team that was with him, that municipalities, and Cambridge in particular, is in almost pre-budget consultation, and how are we going to manage? And I did put a plug in again about the way municipalities have to fund critical and core services, which is really the two revenue streams, property tax and user fees. In saying that, I did want to make the comment, while I have the floor for a moment, that I know that there have been many complaints from the community that have felt that the levels of services that we've been maintaining over the time where we've been in a state of emergency, and we're still in the state of emergency, have been less than last year. And I think part of it is to recognize that the public's expectations of the same level of service have been unrealistic, as we've been trying to really do the cost containment plan, ensure that the safety of our community as well as our staff is maintained. We've had extraordinarily large costs in paying for the COVID related type of PPE and equipment and extra cleaning and everything else. And so in managing expectations about what we're trying to do here, I think is really important. And yes, there are weed issues. Yes, there's long grass where there wouldn't have been before. Certainly, our city has suffered, as in all municipalities across Ontario, with not being able to maintain that level of service, because I think this staff has done such a great job at trying to contain the costs, because we still are uncertain even now at the end of July about what operational money we may get from the upper levels of government. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I think that we've done a tremendous job. It means that this year, some of the service levels are not up to what they meant to be. But I think this community has fared, and I'm touching wood when I say this, better than we could have expected when the pandemic first hit, in making sure that the highest priority has been achieved to protect our community, to protect our staff, and make sure that everything we're doing is rooted in COVID-19 infection prevention. And my highest compliments to all of us that have done that job. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett, are you still on the line?
Can you hear me?
Oh, my
Yes.
apologies. Councillor Leggett,
That's okay. The last time I muted, I got cut off, so I wasn't sure. In favor.
thank you. Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
And thank you again to all of staff. There's another thumbs up for you. We'll now move ahead with the introduction and consideration of bylaws. Councillor Urmeta, I believe you have this motion. If you can find
Thank
it
you.
there, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wolf, 20-064, being a bylaw of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge to amend zoning bylaw 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 26 Burgley Street. The item 20-065 being a bylaw of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge to amend bylaw number 119-08, being a bylaw to provide for the appointment of officers and servants of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge, and 20-066 being a bylaw of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge to amend bylaw 187-06, being a bylaw for the regulation of traffic and parking.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Any comments from members of council? Seeing none, we'll move ahead with the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Now, council, under other business, I believe that Councillor Reid has an item to bring forward. So thank you, Councillor Reid, for advance notice of this and for working with staff ahead of time. So I will hand the floor to you, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. It is a notice of motion, but I'm looking, I think I would like to move that we waive notice of motion so this could be dealt with tonight. And my seconder is Councillor Wolf.
Yes, so we'll, just one moment.
to ask her to read it out.
Councillor Reid, I think you've got the, you probably heard that. If you could please read out the, you've got a seconder, if you could just remind me.
Yes, I have a seconder for both the notice
Just
of
the first
motion.
one, just the
Okay.
waving. Who was,
Councillor
who was-
Wolf.
Thank you. So go ahead, read that wording, please.
Okay, the notice of motion, Councillor Reid, affordable housing. Whereas we have an affordable housing crisis in Waterloo Region and whereas each dollar invested in affordable housing.
Just a
saves
minute, Councillor Reid. I
Yes.
needed just the language around the notice of motion
I'm
timing
sorry.
to be waived, because we have to vote on that before we move ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant this one. No,
No,
the
just-
notice to waive, I just want to waive the notice of motion so that this can be dealt with this evening.
Thank you. And we're going to vote on that first before we put the next one on the floor. Okay?
Certainly.
Are there any comments from members of council before we put the waiving of notice of motion procedural bylaw on to a vote? And seeing none, we'll move ahead with that vote. Madam Clerk. Just one moment.
So the motion is the council waive the timing of notice requirements as set out in City of Cambridge Procedural Bylaw 1518 in order to permit notice of motion regarding affordable housing to be considered at this meeting. So that would be what you're voting on.
Is everybody clear on that? Yep, I see nods. We'll go ahead and call the vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Right. Now we're ready for you to put your motion then on the floor, Councillor Reid. Now you may read all of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Councillor Reid, affordable housing. Whereas we have an affordable housing crisis in Waterloo Region, and whereas each dollar invested in affordable housing saves $3 to $10 in other societal costs, including policing and emergency health care, etc. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Cambridge encourage the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada to increase operating and capital funding for affordable and supportive housing, and to encourage the Government of Waterloo Region to expedite the establishment of affordable housing units. And that the City of Cambridge Council supports in principle the regional initiative to build alternative affordable housing at 161 Bechtel Street. And further, that this resolution be forwarded to all municipalities within the region of Waterloo, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the local members of federal and provincial parliament.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yeah, I was just absolutely delighted to hear that the region was considering tiny homes at Bechtel Street in order to provide for those who are homeless. And I went to see the particular site and just to assure myself that I did know where it was. And it is in a spot that's going to be close to the Langs Grove area there where people could receive help. It's easily walkable to stores that they would need, groceries and pharmacies and such like. So I am very happy to see this happen. It's just a small part though. I mean, when we do these tiny homes, we know that there's so much more that needs to be done, and that's why the motion is more encompassing than what the region is proposing to do. We know that we need a lot more to happen, both provincially and federally, in order to deal with homelessness. And we know that if we do that, that we really are going to save money in the long run. And besides which, it's the right thing to do. Everybody has a right to a home, and we need to be able to stand up for those people who, by sometimes no fault of their own, find themselves homeless. So I hope that I would have unanimous support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And there's a few that would like to speak. I'll take Councillor Wolf and then next Devine. So Councillor Wolf, go ahead. Again, it's just so much better when we can hear you. Will you please unmute?
Sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor, I strongly support this motion. As you know, affordable housing is one of our greatest needs in the region, in the province, and the country. And it's nice to see the region trying a creative solution, as they are with the tiny homes in this Hespeler location. And I hope this is just the beginning. We have a great deal of need. I think all of council today even got an email from someone who's been out of a home since March. And this is unfortunately typical of some of the emails we get. And we need to create a house for everyone because it is a human right. And again, I strongly support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Devine and then Councillor Mann. Councillor Devine.
Well, thank you. And through the chair. This project has been coming to fruition for some time. It hasn't just happened. I've done a fair bit of work with it. But we need the homes for people in our community. We really need them, but we also have to be very careful too. Okay, like you can talk about the positive aspects of that location. Sure, they're next to Zares, or they're in Haldian Drive, all the amenities they need. But there's also 2 schools right around that area. There's a high school and a grade school. And we have to be very careful on the tenants that go into those units once they're built. Because if we have some entrepreneurs that go in there, they have a ready supply base of customers. So we have to be very, very, very careful with the region. I've had this discussion with them many times on the people that go into these units. Because it is our community. And like I said, and the schools are right there. So we have to be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann next. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Reid, I'm so glad that you brought this forward. One of the first needs that an individual has is shelter. And it's very obvious that Cambridge is a caring community, and this motion demonstrates that. So I wholeheartedly support it. And thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council that would like to comment on this? Seeing none, I'd like to also commend Councillor Reid and as well as the seconder, Councillor Wolf, in bringing this motion to us. I know of the passion of these 2 individual councillors, but also each and every one of us who is at council in trying to do everything that we can as a lower tier municipality in order to provide more housing for those that need it. We know of long wait lists, and we know what happens when people don't have access to home security in knowing where they're going to lay their head that night. Certainly, housing is the first need when it comes to trying for individuals to get their feet back on the ground, whether they've been laid off from work, they're a new Canadian, that they've been fleeing from family violence, whether they've got mental health and addictions issues. Whatever happens, having a roof over your head with supports around is really the only way sometimes for people to move ahead. And in the long run, you can do some upstream prevention. People get their needs met and they're able to move forward into a much more productive and stable life. And that benefits all of society. So again, I want to commend Council tonight for this decision to move ahead with this motion, and certainly we'll continue to do everything that we can at all levels to try and provide more affordable and supportive housing within our community. That said, I think we're ready to move forward with the vote. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving forward to the confirmatory bylaw, and Council Reid, since you've got this motion, I bet you can handle this, and please read it in its entirety.
I will. Thank you so much. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mehta. 20-067 being a bylaw of the City of Cambridge to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge at its meeting held on the 28th day of July 2020, passed and enacted this 28th day of July 2020.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, your hand is up. Did you want to speak, or did you have a question or comment on this?
My hand should be down. I'm sorry.
Okay. Small item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, I'll have Madam Clerk call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And just ahead of meeting to the close of meeting, I just wanted to make a couple of comments that earlier today, Council had 6 statutory public meetings under the Planning Act. The Planning Act requires that the statutory public meeting is the first item of business when they are part of another meeting. For staff to orchestrate our first public meeting process like this took a tremendous amount of teamwork, planning, and coordination, including advising all delegations who were delegating to our regular agenda items. And I just really wanted to say that we appreciate everyone's patience, their understanding today, and I just wanted to commend staff and thank them for the tremendous amount of work that they did. I think that today's events and the technology that it required ends up looking like a duck that's calm on the surface and lots of legs swimming underneath. So I wanted to give a shout out to all of our IT support, our staff that were working unbeknownst to anybody else in order to bring forward this incredibly complex day, and I think went pretty smoothly. So again, there's my clap for all of you. Now we'll move forward to the close of meeting. And who gets the honor for this 10-hour meeting? Councillor Mann. Go to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, as a matter of fact, it is a 10-hour day. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf that the council meeting does now adjourn at 8 p.m. Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much. That concludes our meeting for. Oh, we didn't
vote on that.
Look, after 10 hours, your brain stops.
I know
we'll go to a vote.
I know the puck drops at 8, but everybody needs to hold up.
I know. Go ahead. Call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
Definitely in favor.
Councillor Devine.
Okay.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries. Now
Thank you.
can call it.
Thank you very much. That concludes our meeting for today. Thank you, Cambridge. Stay safe, wear a mask, practice physical distancing, wash your hands frequently, and do what Dave Bush is doing, go and watch the Leafs.
You better talk to Bush about what he's doing.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.